The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Chaplain Wiley Collins. He is the Senior Army Chaplain for the Alabama National Guard and is the guest of Representative Oliver.
I'd like to now invite you to pray with me. Heavenly Father, we come before you today to thank you for your sovereignty and your providential care over all of our service members. We would especially remember those who are currently involved in combat operations. We ask that you might be with these brave men and women. Please bless and protect them. Please be with the families who have lost loved ones. We would ask that your peace and your grace would be with these families at this hour. We pray that you'd be with those who are wounded. As the great physician, we'd ask that you would heal their wounds and give great strength to their families. We pray for our president and all who lead the military, that you might grant them wisdom in their decisions. We thank you for the men and women of the Alabama legislature and their staff members. We thank you for their sacrifices on behalf of all who live in our state. We especially thank you today for their support for all who serve in the military. And I pray these prayers in the name of Christ. Amen.
Members, today we have two outstanding students leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. First is the world-famous Will Wagner. He is the first grade at Trinity Presbyterian School here in Montgomery and is the son of Jade and Clay Schofield. We also have Shep Tomlinson. He is also in the first grade at Trinity Presbyterian School here in Montgomery and is the son of Tyler and Lacey Tomlinson.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyard, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt-Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myricks, Nelson, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shirey, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood, Yarbrough.
65 members having answered the roll. A quorum is present and the House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing none. Members are excused. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 23rd Legislative Day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 23rd Legislative Day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from me for the purposes of making announcements.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, that we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork and that we reconvene on Tuesday, March 31st at 1 p.m.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion prevails. The clerk will now receive the reports from standing committees and will receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position for the introduction of bills. And the chair recognizes Representative Terry Collins for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday when we adjourned, I went home and I actually drove in front of the funeral home where Mickey Hammond was having his service at 3:01, but I decided to take a sharp right turn and go in anyway, and I was so glad I did. His son spoke, Randy Davis, who used to serve in this body, spoke, and they talked about what a good man he was. Mickey served here 16 years and was majority leader at one point, and I ask that we take a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you all very much.
The chair thanks the representative. The House will now receive the resolution report from the Committee on Rules. The clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 240 by Representative Moore P., mourning the death and celebrating the life of former State Representative Mickey Ray Hammond. House Joint Resolution number 81 by Representative McClammy, honoring the Young Ladies of Class Mentorship and Debutante Program and its founder, Jean Webb Kreisberg. House Joint Resolution number 252 by Representative Clark, celebrating the Commonwealth National Bank's 50 years of service to the Mobile community. House Joint Resolution number 251 by Representative Robbins, commending the Winterboro High School girls basketball team for winning the 2026 Alabama High School Athletic Association 1A State Basketball Championship. House Joint Resolution number 257 by Representative Witt, celebrating the accomplishments of Dr. Charles L. Carr upon the occasion of his retirement. Senate Joint Resolution number 81 by Senator Wagner, commending the Coach Safely Foundation for improved standard in youth sports injury mitigation. Senate Joint Resolution number 83 by Senator Orr, commending Mr. Jim America for his service on the Athens State University Board of Trustees. Senate Joint Resolution number 85 by Senator Bell, commending a senior trooper as recipient of the 2026 Alabama Legislative Meritorious Service Award for Law Enforcement. Senate Joint Resolution number 86 by Senator Carnley, commending retired U.S. Army Colonel Sean Thomas Prickett.
I move adoption.
All in favor of adopting the resolutions, the mass say aye. Opposed? Ayes have, and the resolutions are adopted. The clerk will call the next resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 241 by Representative Gidley, recommending state government agencies to avoid using the term West Bank.
Move adoption.
All those in favor of adoption of HJR 242 say aye. Opposed? Ayes have, and the resolution is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 242 by Representative Harrison, urging the governor and relevant state agencies to recognize the value of spent nuclear fuel and take state actions toward its development.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have, the resolution is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 82 by Senator Allen, honoring the legacy of Johnny Williams by naming the Troy University Athletic Director's Suite after him.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the resolution is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 84 by Senator Orr, encouraging Alabama specialty public high schools to form a consortium.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it, the resolution is adopted. Clerk will call the first local bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 611 by Representative Wadsworth, relating to Winston County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk on the like machine, the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 611. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 28 yeas, no nays. The SB 611 passes. Clerk, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 613 by Representative McCampbell, relating to the city of Demopolis.
Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell for
Thank you,
substitute.
Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I need to submit a sub on that one. When we got back the description of the property that was being annexed, it was the wrong description on what we filed, so we have the correct description, and this description matches what was actually advertised in the paper,
The-
in our local
Does,
paper.
does the clerk have the amendment, the substitute?
Clerk has the.
Okay, you got it? All right.
Yes.
All right. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. No, it wasn't a constitutional amendment. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 ayes, no nays, and the BIR is adopted. Now the question for the body is adoption of the substitute. Okay, the question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. And you are recognized. Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 39 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Question now before the body's final passage of SB 613 as substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 21 yeas, no nays, and SB 613 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Clerk will call the next bill and the special local bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 212, a constitutional amendment by Senator Woods relating to Fayette County.
House. Representative Brinyard.
Motion to carry it over. Call the chair.
All right, there's a motion to temporarily carry the bill over to the call of the chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Bill's temporarily carried over. Chair recognizes Representative Lovern from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk received the resolution.
House Resolution number 265 from the House Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
I move adoption.
All in favor say aye. All right, Chair recognizes Representative Bracy of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right. I yield my time. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark. Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty. All right, Chair recognizes Representative Treadaway.
Morning. So I've been here 20 years. This is the first time I've ever come down here to speak on the calendar. 20 years. I'm going to tell you why. I was sitting there watching the Senate up there the other day, Tuesday, matter of fact, when a certain senator called me out. Basically said that there are certain people's bills that come upstairs that he just kills or votes no on. He said Alan Treadaway's one of them. In 20 years, I've always respected everybody up there. I've never called anybody out. And so it makes me look back and the calendars over the last couple of years. I don't know how many folks in here, I know a lot of Republicans and Democrats, bills that died up there because the posturing that they're now starting to take. Several years in a row, I've had to go back home, tell my constituents, my mayors, my council members, try to explain to them why a bill that's 100%, gets 100% vote, Democrat, Republican, bipartisan, gets all the way to the Senate floor only for these bills to die. Wow, that's embarrassing. To the point, one of them even asked me, you think we should find another legislator? And I try to assure them that hundreds of bills are killed that way. Sit on that floor, Senator Singleton, sit on that floor and call me out and say other folks on this floor, bills are automatically dead when they come up here and mention my name. That's why I'm here. We better take note as we look at these calendars about what they do, how they disrespect the bills on this floor. There's certain people up there that we know of, Senator being one, that kill these bills at the end of a session. Never spoken to me. I've always respected his vote. I want my vote respected too. But I can't sit here anymore at the end of a sessions and watch these bills die because the rules upstairs allows them to have so much power. We need to recognize the power that we have on this floor. We need to start exercising it. And these folks' bills do not need to be on these calendars at the end of a session unless our bills are moving. Two-way street, the way it works. But a lot of hard work goes into these sessions. I've worked very hard over the last few years to get bills passed. It's taken me 3 years that nobody's against. All because, and it's common knowledge in the halls who controls the flow of all bills. That has to stop. We have to send a message. Lobbyists in this state don't need to walk around telling everybody, and we've all heard it, who the 2 or 3 folks are that can control the flow. We've got a supermajority in this House and upstairs, and that should never happen. So I would ask as we put these together that we take serious note of who's on there and who is killing our bills on this floor, both Republican and Democrat bills, just because they got the power to do it upstairs. We wield the power down here, we can do the same thing. So I would hope that respects a two-way street moving forward.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and in fact, fielding phone calls before I walked up here because there's some of their bills from upstairs that are not on the calendar just for that reason. So we're trying to help, and the speaker's goals, try to help everybody in this body to try to move their legislation as we get out of here. And that's our goal every day. We don't always get it right, but that's our goal.
We still have the tools down here to do things we need to do, but when you sit up there and call folks out, and you never even talk to me, and I've done nothing but show you respect. So that's my deal here, is sending the message up there. If your bills end up down here, guess what? We can do the same thing. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chairman Logan.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait a minute. Well, time out. President Jackson, I'm sorry. Turned it on to the last second there. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to commend the speaker that just got through speaking. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. So that's where we are. Thank you, Mr. Treadway, for making that very clear. We've been going through this for the last few quadrenniums, since 2010, in other words. On the Democratic side, the super minority. So I'm glad to hear him having some of the same problems that we've been having, getting bills and resolutions out. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body's adoption of the special order calendar. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 541 by Representative Yarborough relating to elections.
While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery from the University of West Alabama students. They are the special guests of Representative A.J. McCarron and Representative Scott Stathagen. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you guys for being with us today. Representative Yarborough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill we have before us, HB 541, known as the SAVE Act, stands for the Safeguard Alabama Voter Engagement. This bill takes effect January 1st of 27 and just requires qualified voters to register for their party to vote in the party primary, either by voting or online or at the Board of Registrars. And with that, I would move for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Rigsby.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative, why are we passing this piece of legislation?
Well, I liken it to a football team, and so a football team is always good in politics and in football to know who you are and lean more into your identity and have clear separation of teams and values. So the best outcome for those who are involved.
Do you think that voters should have a choice when they go to the polls who they vote for?
Of course.
Yeah. So we in this body passed a piece of highly conservative legislation, which I think you supported, called the Choose Act, right? And the premise behind that legislation is we wanted parents who had the best interests of their kids, who paid taxes to Alabama, to be able to choose the best education that they could choose for their student, correct?
That's correct.
So that was all about taking taxpayer money where they were paying taxes into the system and them being given the resources to give their children the best possible outcome in their education, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in this piece of legislation, what we're saying to the voter is we want to force you into identifying, and not just identifying, but being registered publicly for a party, and now you have to choose which party you're going to vote for. So we're taking away some choice to vote. Would you agree with that?
No, that they can choose whichever party's primary they wish to engage in.
And how do they go about changing parties? Because I think the voters need to understand how this is going to work. How are they going to be able to go and change parties prior to the next primary?
So in the first primary, right, in 28, they would simply choose the primary ballot of their choice, and that will register them for the party the primary that they vote in. After that, you have two options. Just like when you have to go renew your driver's license, you can do it online or in person. The Secretary of State's website, you just change it there, or you can do it at the Board of Registrars.
And then how does that play out? So a voter goes to in 2030, and they go to the next primary, and they've neglected to change their party affiliation. How does that work out for them if they wanted to vote in a different party during that next primary? Are they able to do that when they go to the polls?
The bill requires there's a blackout period 60 days before the primary through the general. And the reason why that 60-day window is there is because at day 55, the probate judge is required by law to deliver the voter data to the absentee election manager. So it's incumbent, just like it's incumbent upon, we get a benefit for having a driver's license, right? We get to engage, drive, do awesome stuff, but we have to renew it, right? And so voting is an awesome privilege, but it's a party primary, and so parties have the right to set the regulations, rules, or guidelines around their primaries. So you just simply have to either go online or in person, and you've got a window from a general election day after to all the way to the next primary 60 days before to do that.
Yeah, I think I have the biggest issue I have is unlike some folks in this body, I have a very purple district. I have a district with a lot of independent voters, and I feel like those independent voters, most of the time, don't want to be affiliated or go on record to say which party they're going to vote for. They want the ability to go to the polls and pick the ballot, the person that they would like to vote for. And by doing this, I think what I'm saying to them, where we had school choice that I supported, to say you have the choice to make the right decision for what you believe is right for your child, I believe we're going backwards here. I believe we're telling that voter, no, we want to force you into choosing. If you don't want to choose, you're going to be forced into choosing when you go to the ballot box on that first primary in 28, whichever ballot you ask for, you will be labeled, and not just labeled, but recorded publicly that that's the party that you're affiliated with. I can't go back to my district in good faith and tell those voters that I'm forcing them to be a part of a party that they may or may not want to do that. Thank you for your time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with Jimmy Yeo.
Yes, sir.
Representative, when I was looking at the legislation, it appears that the state of Alabama will be paying for the party primary, whereas the party is deciding that they want to close. You want to close the primary, but is it the responsibility of the state of Alabama to foot the bill for parties' actions and their decisions to be able to want to close their primary? Should the state of Alabama be responsible for paying for that?
Well, according to the current law, yeah, there's obviously categories of what they get paid, reimbursed fully for versus half for. And would you agree that the state is involved in paying for some of our essential services?
But I agree that the state is involved in things of essential services. However, when a party decides that it wants to change the rules and deny or force individual citizens to fall in line with the rules that they're setting, I do think it should be the responsibility of the actual party to foot the bill if, in fact, they want to do that.
Well, I mean, I understand the conservative argument that we often make about the government not being involved in things. So there's a path in the bill. If you want to become Republican, you can do that.
Are you a conservative or are you not? That's the question.
I am.
And so this right here, from a spending standpoint, I mean, how much is this going to cost us?
Well, so if you look at the fiscal note, you have one change to the form, which is then going to be printed, or the ballot, as it were, and then you got one column added in a database. So the cost is very minimal.
So you're saying that this cost is very minimal. What is minimal in your definition?
Well, so I don't have an exact number for you, but if you look at the fiscal note.
But don't you think that it's important for us to know the overall cost that this is going to cost taxpayers?
Well, so
to fund a bill on something that a party made a decision that they want to close their primary. For me, we welcome everyone to vote in our primary. Sure. And I think that this particular piece of legislation doesn't actually solve the problem. It's going to make it worse. And you're going to actually force individuals to be, I think that when the public see the impact this is going to be from a fiscal standpoint, and some of them being denied the opportunity to choose where they want to vote, telling them, hey, I want to vote, I like this person, I like that person. And so I'm really concerned, and I've heard from my constituents about this piece of legislation, not only the cost, but also their ability not to be able to engage in a primary and having to be labeled. Some people just don't want to be affiliated with any party, right? And so for me, and for my position is giving an individual an opportunity to vote where he or she chooses to vote and not be labeled in any particular party. I think that if we're forcing people to have to make a decision on the party in which they have to be affiliated with, I think it's unfair to the citizens. And I think that this is something that's going to haunt us long term. I think that we may be, folks, there may be a segment of the population that may think that this is a good thing, but then there's a third of our state have no affiliation with either party, especially those individuals that are voting for their local sheriff. A lot of times folks that are on either side of the aisle that may identify and have a voting history of voting either side of the aisle, they want to participate in a primary where their sheriff is running. And I think that this is something that forces them to have to choose a party. It's just unfortunate.
Well, also on the primary ballot, oftentimes people are also voting for local and state executive committee members, right? And so that's a direct party interest, and so.
But should the state of Alabama and when you look at a lot of the things that are going on nationally, we're looking at the cost of a lot of, grocery prices, right? And affordability in general. If in fact, from a polling standpoint, it's telling us that affordability is the number one issue, and we're spending money on something that a party decides that it wants to close their primary and make the state of Alabama pay for it, I just think that it should be the responsibility of the parties to pay for this if they want to make this change. If you want to force individuals to have to choose a side, then why don't the parties pay for it?
The cost here is largely it's a one and done situation with a form in a database. I mean, you could make the argument that
we passed a piece of pushing the legislation not to. A database. Do I want to be a part of a database to tell me, hey, you've declared that you want to be a part of this party versus that party? I want to vote for the person that I like. I don't care about the partisanship of it as an individual citizen. For me, I want to have the ability to vote for whoever I want to, the best candidate. That's who I want to be able to vote for. I don't want to be labeled with any party. That's what I'm hearing from my constituents. Have you not heard from your constituents? Are they encouraging you on this piece of legislation, or are they discouraging you on this piece of legislation?
They're largely overwhelmingly for it.
Have you polled this issue? The polling data that I got is overwhelmingly the opposite direction. And I think that this is going to create a backlash that I don't think we've seen before. Like you're forcing people to have to do something that they don't want to do. And
Again,
with no alternative. And then you're talking about a small segment of the population determining who the person in with either party. I just think that, you and I agree on a lot of things, but this is something that we're definitely not in agreement on, because I just feel that we're pushing people into a box to have to choose who they want to vote for in the primary. It's just not a right, and it doesn't make the process it don't make the process better. And then the fiscal part of this, we got to be a lot more fiscally responsible. We cannot talk about it in a campaign season or a talking point. We have to hold true to that. And right now, what I'm seeing here with this piece of legislation, not only if it's denying and putting people in a box, but it's also forcing the state to pay for something that that legislators are determining that this is the way they want to do it for their party, but we're making the state of Alabama pay the bill?
The state's already paying for election processes.
But they're not.
This is a one and done cost. I mean, we vote on a lot of stuff that's recurring costs all the time. This is going to be the actual long term. This is going to be the way. If this bill passes, this is going to be the way we do business in Alabama. Right.
Like for me, I'm even for jungle primaries. To be honest with you, I've seen that work to get the best candidates possible, not the person that's the most extreme on either side. We're doing it in municipal government, and we're going to bring a bill next to force municipal officers to also run in parties. I don't even think judges should be running in parties. These are positions that are dictating the lives of people. I just don't believe in that.
I didn't create the two-party system or the party system, but
well, there's more. I mean, are we saying that there's only two parties in this country?
No, of course not. But I mean, largely, obviously, in Alabama, it relates largely to
what do you
two
say
parties,
to the
but
independent
parties in
voters
general.
out there? What do you say to them?
Well, by definition, if you're independent, right, you're voting in the general election. The general election is the
So
same
you're
as it's
saying
always
that
been.
you're saying that you don't want them voting in primary.
No, and this bill doesn't prevent them from voting in a primary.
But it forces them to have to declare a party.
And they can swap.
On paper.
And they can swap
This is documented. This is not.
Sure, but they're also voting in a vote where they're potentially choosing that party's local and state executive committee members.
But if they're doing this now, why the need to close the primary?
Well, are you a football fan?
I'm a fan of many sports.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Saban as a football coach, he does well, right? But he's never satisfied with stopping short of always improving the process.
But he's also not denying any good players from voting for joining the team if they're good either.
No, but they know what they're joining.
But at the end of the day, no, not necessarily, because with all the rules that we have, but he's also not making the state of Alabama pay for that, right? He's raising it. He's raising money. Athletic director they're raising money to fund their own program, right?
Well, I'm sure Chairman Garrett could give us the exact numbers on how much we give to Alabama, but.
Well, it's really the cost of this. I just feel that if you want to force individuals to have to vote, to have a closed primary, then I don't think the state of Alabama should be paying for that. So you agree that the state of Alabama should be paying for a closed primary?
Again, we pay for all kinds of essential services.
But we also
that cost
don't deny
way
individuals.
more than this.
We also don't put people in a box either. This is a box where you have to choose one or the other.
I mean, life is full of choices. If you drive in the right-hand lane, you're choosing not to drive in the left-hand lane.
This is the opposite of choice.
How is that?
Because you're boxing them in. You're limiting their ability to have a choice.
They can choose either one.
Come on now, Ernie. Representative, you know better than that.
I mean, it's a party's primary, right? The primaries relate
But
to.
the state of
you're
Alabama
choosing
is
leadership
footing the
for them.
bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Blackshear. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize a guest in the gallery, Patricia Gavan. She is the mother of our own Wandlin Gavan. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Chairman Blackshear.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, will you hit the gavel for me for a second, please? I want to make sure they listen to some of the. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Yarborough, I got several questions that I'm getting from my district. If you don't mind, if we can walk through this, because first time we've heard about closed primaries this session, this quadrennium, was back in a brief caucus meeting we had on the 12th of February. Then I read a couple weeks later in a news article that you would be introducing a bill. Then on March 3rd, the bill was introduced, and here we are. We briefly discussed it in caucus yesterday. Unfortunately, you were not in caucus yesterday, so I couldn't get my questions answered. So if you don't mind, if we can walk through some of these from my district.
Sure.
The number one thing I got hit with this morning was a website already posted an article that said Alabama House passes party registration bill after years of GOP call for reform. And my district was thinking that this happened already, but it hadn't. So with that, what's the why behind this piece of legislation?
Well, I have personally been working on this legislation for about 3 years now. Obviously I'm a freshman, so it takes time to get your feet under you to know, what bills you're doing and learning the process. This has been something from my days growing up in Young Republicans door knocking that I was raised to believe in. And I'm a product of my district to a large degree, as we all are. This is something that has been a lot of discussion in my district. People are very much in favor of. And I would use the example that I did before of a football team. When you lean more and more into the identity of who you are, not only is it clearly understood by those who are watching which team is what, but it leads you to more success as you lean into who you are.
All right, a couple of things. Number one, I like football analogies. We could do this all day long.
Sure.
If I'm the offensive coordinator, though, I never run an offensive play that I know I potentially could lose yardage on. And you specifically said just then as well, too, your district. Good for your district. We have 105 districts in this state. One size doesn't fit all. So again, let me go down to why. Outside of an anomaly in a U.S. Senate race in our state recently, when's the last time we had a Democrat elected to a statewide office in Alabama? That was a question I got asked by somebody in my district. When was that?
It's been a hot minute. I don't have the exact year.
Ron Sparks, Ag Commissioner, 2011.
Sure.
You know when the last time was we had a Democratic governor in the state? Don Singham in 2003.
Yeah.
You know the last time we had a Democratic Attorney General in the state?
I don't have the exact year in front of me.
Jimmy Evans, 1995. You were still in high school, weren't you? 1995?
I was, actually.
I wasn't, but I was in 1995. Do you realize? So again, also, and I was asked this too, in 2010, the Republicans took the majority of the House and Senate here in this building for the first time in over 100 years, with 66 Republicans elected.
Yeah.
Then in 2014, that grew to 72 Republicans. In 2018, it grew to 77 Republicans. Growth. To your point, football, we moved the ball down the field. Now we sit at 76. So by doing this, the question I was asked in my district, what advantages from a Republican Party perspective do we get now by closing the primaries when it seems to be that we've been doing pretty good since 2010 in this state electing Republicans?
Well, so you made the point earlier about my district. This is also not only something that's widely supported by a resolution of AFRW, but also ALGOP, our party. So it's not just me that's voiced support for this issue. It's been voiced in terms of the Republican Party. You bring that up. It passed. I was at the state executive committee meeting because
How many people vote on that at the state executive committee? How many members are on that committee?
There's 400 to 500 members, I believe.
How many votes did you get in your district last time you ran?
It was, I know, thousands of votes.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you, do you think we've done some pretty conservative stuff? I mean, I kind of ran down a list of things. Would you agree we have the toughest abortion law in the country?
Sure.
Constitutional carry?
Sure.
Past school choice, one of the best in the country?
Yeah, I carried that bill my first session.
Yeah. Take credit when you can and run with it. We've cut over $1.4 billion in taxes
Point being
too,
is
right?
I agree with it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be rude
$1.4
to
billion
you, but I
in
agree
tax
with you.
cuts, right?
Sure.
We've removed DEI from the classrooms.
Yes, sir.
We've got transgenders out of bathrooms, boys in boys' bathrooms, girls in girls' bathrooms.
Great thing.
We've cut the grocery tax rates. Oh, I agree 100%. It is great red meat Republican how we should be pulling the rope in the same direction. So by closing this, is there any fear we may pump the brakes and not be continuing to go full steam ahead? Because in my opinion, behind the leadership we've had and the Republicans that we've had since 2010, we have been full steam ahead in this state addressing issues. And I think getting DEI out of the classrooms is why our test scores have improved more over the last few years than anybody else in the country. Would you agree with that?
I'm sure. I believe it's really helped. Yeah.
We also passed recently, too, the strongest child predator law this session, right?
Yeah.
The child predator law. We passed over 50 pro-military bills in the last two quadrenniums.
Sure.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand. I'll tell you who it was. My dad asked the question.
Sure.
What's the problem you're trying to fix?
Well, I'll stick with the football analogy, right?
And we're up 80-6 right now on the scoreboard, by the way. So let's keep going with football.
Well, if you've watched
running clock in the fourth quarter.
Sure, 100%. Yeah, if you watched any of Saban's interviews where they ask him about why he gets upset when they're ahead and he throws his visor or whatever, or how he leads or leans into his team after he's running out of fingers to put rings on, it's because he comes back and he says, we have to know who we are, and you never get complacent. You always continue to lean into who you are and what you know your identity is, and that leads to more success. So we're tasked as representatives to always be reviewing the process of where we're at, what we believe, and knowing who we are. That's never irrelevant.
I would agree with that, but I think he also says, and then when he talks about that as well, too, is, you got to make sure, too, that you don't mistakenly step on landmines yourself as well, too, right?
Sure.
So I think our job as a Republican Party is to recruit, retain.
Sure. That's why, actually,
and grow.
when I wasn't there yesterday, I let Mr. Speaker know I was actually out recruiting young people to join the Republican conservative cause.
But give them a choice to choose.
That's why I was persuaded.
All right, so I guess the biggest concern out of it is, too, is that some of the elderly people in my district around this 60-day clause in the legislation. So, okay, we know it doesn't go into effect until January 1st of 27, but let's just play it out. Let's just say the May 19th primary, that's less than 90 days away, this was implemented. You go to the polls like normal. I want the Republican ballot. I want the Democratic ballot. You can vote. Yeah. The only difference now is there's a huge chunk of independents in this state that may flip-flop. I think the number yesterday was given in caucus was less than 2% actually swapped. Do you think that may turn my fear is you think that may turn some people away, number one, the party, when they now have to be labeled that way? And the elderly people, they'll get it right the first time, right? But you may not have access to computers or emails, and they may miss that 60-day window to swap over the next time. And my thought is it could be somebody that's seen the light since the last election that voted Democrat that wants to come over to the Republican side. Are we concerned about that?
No, I think we've given a huge window of time. I mean, there's all kinds of things in life where we have to make decisions, time frames, license renewals, you name it, right? And it's incumbent upon us to clearly communicate the information. And I go visit senior centers and help with elderly folks. So we're always going to have an incumbent responsibility to help the elderly in our communities and communicate with them. But I mean, life is full of decisions where we have to do that. It's just not an anomaly to that.
Well, I will say this in the final 40 seconds. I'm proud to be a part of the Republican Party, and I've been proud to stand in this body and vote for things that I truly believe in, that I truly believe as many times as we should get the people to write, to decide what they want to do, to let their voice be heard. It's been great. I just hope we're not misstepping here because it's something we think we need to go do, and we're searching for a problem. I hope it didn't turn out that way. I hope it turns out the way that we hope it does and it truly grows the party. But I guess, I mean, it's illegal in this state, but I guess it's a gamble we're willing to take, I guess. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR. While she's making her way down here, we got some guests in the gallery. Sandra Keck from Decatur is the guest of Representative Terry Collins. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I've briefly been listening to all of the debate. And as I read your bill last night,
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering, do you know how many people this will disenfranchise from the voting process? Your bill, just your bill.
Well, I would argue the answer to that is 0.
Well, I would say that you are wrong. Because if you have people declaring parties, you're going to disenfranchise a lot of independent voters in the state of Alabama. And then I have relatives who work for government and they're told not to declare a party. That's their business, if they're Democrat or Republican. Do you have any concerns about that?
I think we should not discriminate people on the basis of their political parties. I think we should work harder to not be discriminatory towards people.
I think this bill sort of minimizes people over party. The entire democracy that we live under is about people. It is not about parties. And whatever anybody wants to be, I tell you that I stand here today because it's more about people. And if we disenfranchise one person from the voting process, that is not good for the state of Alabama. I don't understand when I read the bill, why are we doing this? Why do we want to disenfranchise over 300,000 independent voters?
That's not the intent or desire at all. I believe that when we provide structural clarity, it actually helps the voter make choices. Just like, I have a gym membership, so I know what my gym is. It doesn't.
My
become
right to
something
vote
else.
cannot be compared to your gym membership. I have a gym membership to Planet Fitness. So that is no comparison. This is an important endeavor. We live in a democracy where people ought to have the right to vote whatever way that they want to vote and with whatever party that they want. We both should be inviting people to the voting process, not trying to suppress some from not voting. That's what this piece of legislation is going to do.
But
do you not want everybody in your party?
No, ma'am. I would love to have as many, which is why the bill has a huge window where if they want to change their registration, they can. And the first time they vote, they just choose the ballot.
What if I am a voter who don't want to be in either of those parties? What do I do? Tell me, what do I do? Just tell, under your bill now as it's written, what do I do?
You can either choose to vote in the primary.
What if I choose not to be in either side? What do I do?
Well, the general, if you choose that you don't want to be registered to vote in that party's primaries, right? Then you still vote in the general election. There's no.
So you don't want that person who is out there voting, who happens to be an independent thinker, somebody in your district who probably doesn't affiliate with either party. They actually are doing what I think most of us ought to do. We ought to be moving to independent thinkers. You don't want those folks in your party? Do you want them or not? Yes or no?
Sure.
And how will you embrace them? They have to declare allegiance to your party, right?
I think the more that we lean into clarity of what our message is and who we are and what we believe.
This is not about a message. This is about a constitutional right to vote. That's what this is about. We've got to stop having party over people. This is about people. The folks that sent you and me here. That's what this is about.
When people go to vote at the polls for Republican or Democrat in the primary,
what if I don't feel, if I'm one of those people that's sort of in the middle and I'm an independent thinker? See, I have some in my district. I recently ran for mayor of Mobile. We didn't have to declare a party, but it went both ways. But I had a whole lot of folks who were independent who came out and said, I am going to vote for you. And to be very honest with you, this bill is going to further degrade what people think about party in the state of Alabama. It's people that we've got to start thinking about. We need to make every effort to make sure everybody know that they're invited to whatever party that is. Not sort of separate them and have them, you got to declare allegiance to this party over that party. Like I'm in a party, I think we got a big tent party. So if you're listening, everybody who he doesn't want, I want you to come over to my side where we accept everybody. We want those who think independently, those who are disenfranchised with this process. That's what democracy is all about. Being able to have everybody come to the table. And you haven't looked at the numbers. I have. We have about 300,000 independent voters in the state of Alabama. And you're standing there telling me that they got to declare to you first or to this one. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Those parties, those primaries belong to those parties, and you're having to vote for not just the primaries candidate who reflects their party principles and their what they believe in, but you're also oftentimes having to vote for that party's local and state executive committee members. So it directly.
I was on my party's state executive committee member.
Yes, ma'am.
I was on there. And then let's go over to the cost. I heard Leader Daniels talk about the cost. We're in a state right now where there are people who are fighting to be able to have health care, and they can't get it.
Sure.
And we're going to spend exorbitant amounts of money so that you can have somebody declare that they're in this party versus that party. Don't you think that something's wrong with that? We're in a state where folks don't have broadband to be able to get into this virtual world that we now live in. And you want money? Do you have an idea how much money we're going to spend to be able to do this?
We're going to make
the state of Alabama, not you, the state
Right.
of Alabama.
That's right. It's a one-time change across the process. And
How
it's
much
done.
money?
Well, you know, whatever it costs to add a column in a database and one change on a form.
How much money? I'm not talking about, I know what databases are, but
Right.
how much
Well, sure.
money will this cost us? What is the physical note?
I don't have an exact number. The fiscal note
Do
relates
you have
to what?
any kind of an idea?
Adding one column to a form or one checkbox to a form in a
you have to
database.
somebody has had to tell you how much is this going to cost the state of Alabama?
I don't
We got
have
far more problems in the state of Alabama than getting this piece of legislation across the finish line.
I think assuring voters that when they go to vote, they know what they're getting in the primary is really important.
Tell me, what are they getting? What are they getting with your bill?
A structural alignment of integrity of people who represent the
Okay,
party.
let's talk about that
the
integrity.
party platform.
Let's talk about that integrity.
Sure.
Integrity is allowing somebody to use their own mind when they go into that voting booth to be able to determine what they're going to do. Again, I go back to what I said at the beginning. We need to start thinking about people and not party. And that's what this piece of legislation is going to do.
When you choose an apple or an orange, you can choose that because when you look
Again,
at it,
you go into
you know
these analogies
you know what it
that
is.
don't have
It
anything. We
provides
were at the
voter
gym,
clarity.
now we're at the apples and oranges.
Well, it provides. I mean, I use real world examples.
Which
'cause
one
I
are you,
live
the
in the real
apple or
world.
the orange?
I'm obviously a Republican, so I would say I'm a conservative. But as a voter, as a citizen, having clarity to know what I'm deciding for is valuable to me. That was my point of the gym membership. Tomorrow, it's not going to be a Pilates club. It's not going to be a hot yoga club.
Well,
it is what it is,
Let me
and I
just
know
say,
what
let
I'm
me
getting.
just say, and I'm going to sit down in just a few minutes. For all of those that you don't have a big tent to accept in your party, I'm telling them to come over to my side, where we're going to welcome them. Because it befuddles me that we want to disenfranchise 300,000 people who happen to think independent of either party. They are people over party. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, the lady. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. 69 ayes, 32 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no further questions, I'd move for final passage.
Oh, there's a bunch of other questions. We'll get to that in just a minute. Before we go into joint session, I've got a couple of announcements I want to make. We have guests in the gallery, Otaga Young Leadership. They're the guests of Representative Jerry Starnes, Van Smith, Kevin Lawrence. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Also, we have guests in the valley, in the gallery, I'm sorry, from Rainbow Omega, from East Aboga, Alabama, and they're a guest of Representative Steve Hurst. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us. Pro Tem Pringle, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess while we conduct a joint session on military affairs and reconvene upon adjournment from the joint session.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're in recess.
This joint session of the Alabama Legislature will now come to order. Representative Oliver.
Mr. Speaker, request we suspend the rules to allow our military guests on the floor.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now, if you could please stand and please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Maxwell Gunner Base Honor Guard. Invocation today will be delivered by Representative Chad Robertson.
Y'all pray with me. Dear God, we thank you for all our many blessings. Please be with us today and guide us as we make our decisions. Please be with our military and their families, especially with our fallen. Please teach us how to love one another. Please teach us how to pray. Y'all please pray with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. The national anthem will be given by Representative Mike Shaw.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Jerry Starnes.
Attention, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, everyone can grab a seat. This time, I'd like to recognize our first speaker, House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter.
Thank you, Governor. It's certainly a pleasure to have these men and women with us today that serves our military. You know, let me first begin by honoring the folks that's here with us today. Major General David Pritchett, Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs Commissioner Jeff Newton, Stephen Simmons, Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for the Military, Families, and Policy. We had a good meeting in my office this morning. Certainly glad to have you in Alabama. Major General Terry Grisham, Colonel Shamara Tolliver of the 42nd Airborne Base Wing, Colonel Andy Moore, Alabama Anniston Army Depot, and many other of the nation's armed forces with us today. Thank you all for being here. Let's give them a big round of applause for being in attendance with us today. Today is a special day for the Alabama State Legislature as we come together in joint session to show our appreciation to Alabama's military members and their families and our veterans. Our state is home to numerous military installations that plays a key role in our nation's defense. And the men and women who are trained and served here are some of the most skilled, dedicated, and patriotic heroes you will ever find. Y'all can clap again for that. That's for sure the truth. As Speaker of the Alabama House, I am proud to work with Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, President Pro Tem Garland Gudger, and other members each year to pass legislation to support our military installations and the brave men and women who keep them running. In the same breath, I'm also proud of what we've been able to support and the way we have supported our veterans and their families. Alabama is blessed to be one of the most military-friendly states in the nation, and that is because we are, as a state, full of people who recognize that the men and women in uniforms are the foundation of our freedom. Last week, we were all reminded the risks and sacrifices our nation heroes make to protect us when tragically lost 3 of our neighbors who were serving overseas in Operation Epic Fury. Major Dunn Alexander Kingler, Captain Savoyce, and Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt. We will never forget their sacrifices, and as we continue with today's proceeding, let us carry their memories with us and honoring not only their service, but the enduring commitment to all who wear the uniform in defense of our country's freedom. Let's have a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker Ledbetter. Next is going to be Senate Pro Tem Garland Gudger.
Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, all distinguished guests that are with us today, thank you for being here and thank you for your service. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the Alabama legislature, recognizing our military and showing our appreciation for the men and women of the armed forces. While today is officially recognized as Military Appreciation Day, here in Alabama, where the majority of our citizens are fiercely patriotic, respect our flag, and we bleed the red, white, and blue, but every day is Military Appreciation Day. Whether they are active military, reserve forces, or members of our National Guard, the citizens who set themselves apart by wearing our nation's uniform deserves our respect, our administration, and our deepest gratitude. It is important that we all remember what I call the home front forces, the husbands and wives and the sons and daughters of our military servicemen and servicewomen. The sacrifices they make and the disruptions that they endure when loved ones are deployed and when assignments demand they uproot to a new faraway homes are proof positive that they too serve our country in their own way. Because we recognize all of the sacrifices, this legislature has worked hard to repay the debts to our soldiers that serve us. Through the hard work of the Lieutenant Governor, Will Ainsworth, and the Military Stability Commission that he chairs, I believe that we have done more over the last 8 years to support our military and military families than any other time in Alabama's history. We've exempted the deployment and mobilization pay for the state income taxes for veterans and for armed forces. We've established the Alabama Veterans Resource Center to assist military members entering the private sector with employment services, benefits, navigation, education opportunities, and other needs. We've cleared the path for military dependents newly stationed in Alabama to transfer occupational licenses, register for school, and participate in athletic programs. And just last week, we passed legislation making it easier for disabled veterans to purchase homes and obtain mortgages. In short, ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama legislature is working to lighten the burdens placed on our soldiers, our veterans, their spouses, and their dependents. To all our military members across Alabama, I'm reminded when reading the Bible, Joshua 1:9, and it reads, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Carry those words with you in service because, like so much else in the Bible, they ring truth, and it resonates with you when truth is spoken. So for all of those brave men and women who serve our military and demonstrate their willingness to lay down their lives for the cause of freedom, the Alabama legislature thanks you, and we salute you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Pro Tem Gudger. Next speaker is Representative Ed Oliver, Chairman of the House Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Welcome to Military Appreciation Day, and I thank you for helping us celebrate this day. We gather here to show our appreciation for our state's military members. And as chairman of the Alabama House Military and Veterans Affairs Committee, I'm honored to work with committee members who collaborate with our Senate counterparts to actually carry legislation to support our military. We generate legislation to support our active, Guard, and Reserve forces, as well as our Alabama veterans. Each year, we support and pass the Military Stability Commission's legislative package. I commend the legislative committees and the legislature for their recent success in the reorganization of the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs and the recent ribbon cutting of the Veterans Resource Center here in Montgomery. As a veteran and former Army aviator, I'm very much aware of the sacrifices our military members make. As the father of a son and daughter who are currently serving, I understand that freedom is not free. There's risk and sometimes unbearable loss as we grieve for our Birmingham crew. This is serious business. As a legislative body, we regard our state's military members with respect and honor. We're proud to serve those who serve by providing the legislation that not only protects our military facilities, but we also work to create legislation which fully supports our military members and their families. Finally, thank you all for helping us celebrate Military Appreciation Day in the legislature. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative Oliver. Next is Senator Andrew Jones, Chairman of the Senate Veterans Military Affairs and Public Safety Committee. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, Pro Tem, distinguished guest. It's an honor to be with you this morning. And as the Speaker mentioned, our hearts are certainly heavy with the loss of 3 members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron that's co-located with the 119th Air Refueling Wing in Birmingham. We consider them part of the Alabama family, and we consider them home folks. And so our hearts are heavy. We remember them this morning. And I've heard it said that the best way to honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice is by the work we do to support the veterans and the active duty service personnel that continue to serve us. And that's what we're all about this morning, what we're all about here in the state legislature. You know, a lot of good things are happening here in the state of Alabama, and it's no less than these men and women who have given their all deserve here in our state. And think about it. We've had a focus on veterans' mental health, making sure that the 1 in 4 Alabamians who are active duty or immediate family of the active duty men and women, 1 in 4, get the adequate mental health resources they need. Whether it's the Veterans Resource Center, the one-stop shop to bring all the resources, workforce development, training, job placement, access to benefits, medical and mental health referrals, to bring that to Montgomery. Whether it's Representative Robertson's accountability courts bill to make sure that men and women who get in trouble because of some of their past experiences don't get the book thrown at them, but get the adequate help and attention that they deserve to get back on the right track. Whether it's the fact that Space Command is at its rightful home in Alabama, right? Whether it's the fact that we've had record investments from our federal delegation to our military bases and installations here to make sure they stay open in the future. Whether it's the fact that Alabama is considered by Retire Guide the second best state in the nation for veterans to retire. Whether it's the fact that we've moved from last place to first place in spousal support, military spouse license reciprocity. We got so much to be proud of, but again, it's no less than the men and women who serve us deserve. And in closing, I'll say you're going to hear from some of our distinguished leaders here following us, General Pritchett, General Newton, and many others. We're blessed with some of the best leadership here in the state of Alabama for our military installations, our National Guard, our Department of Veterans Affairs, and we're proud to have them. And that goes along with our Military Stability Commission as well, and the leadership they do in bringing us the legislation to pass to help support all of you. So great things are happening in Alabama, great leadership this year, and I'm just pleased to be a part of it as chairman of the Senate Military Veterans and Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Jones. Next, a very special guest, Honorable Stephen Simmons, Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Military and Family Policy. Welcome to Alabama.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir. Good morning, and what an honor it is to be here with you in the great state of Alabama. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor. I want to thank each of you, distinguished members of the State Senate, State House, but most importantly, I want to thank the people of Alabama for letting me come and visit you, but also for the wonderful support that you provide for our military. As the Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Military, Community, and Family Policy, I work with families a lot, but I also work with the communities. And Alabama defines community. Alabama is a military community as a state, and y'all's leadership in this floor across the state shows that day in and day out. So I'm truly thankful for that. I want to thank you for your continued patriotism as well, and the support of our military families for such a time as these. Obviously, we're here under very sober conditions. Our military is performing outstanding. They are winning the fight, but they're winning it in part because our forces are able to go forward and not look backwards and be concerned about how their families are being taken care of. So thank you to all of you. You all have a part to play in that. The families have a part to play in that. And everything you're doing to support means the world to us at the Pentagon, the leadership at the Pentagon. I know I speak for everyone up there. We're especially grateful for the 99th Squadron, Refuel Squadron. Their loss recently just highlights the sobering part of the business that we're in. And Major Kleiner, son of Alabama, he made the ultimate sacrifice, but it bears repeating right now and an emphasis. While he made the ultimate sacrifice, his family, wife and children, they will bear consequences of that sacrifice for a lifetime. So something I'd call for all of you to do is continue to support those spouses, those families. And I know there's a lot of support. The community is gathering around them to take care of them even now. But, recognize that, it's that family. When a service member raises their right hand and says, pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, their families that bear the brunt of that consequence and the burden of that oath. So I appreciate everything y'all are doing for the families. And, they've got the backing of you. They've got the backing of us as a grateful nation. We're going to back them 100%, and I truly appreciate that. Now, in a few minutes, you're going to hear from the true heroes in the room, those that wear the uniform. They're some of our leadership, but they represent all of those who we serve. At my office, I serve uniforms. Everybody here on the floor, we serve them so they can serve us and protect our freedom. So, they represent the best America has to offer. I'll say, as a native Southerner, an SEC transplant, because I'm from Texas, the only thing that we do better than SEC football is war fighting, and these are the best of the best right here. So I truly appreciate it. But also behind all of them and their service members, it's their families, and we're doing a lot of work right now in my office. I know y'all are doing a lot of work. I can't thank you enough. We'll put out a new priority, and before the ink is dry, Alabama's already got something in motion to answer the call and support our families. Two things I want to highlight with our families, and really for Alabama as well. We are reinvigorating the military-industrial complex. Very important to the nation, very important to the war effort. I appreciate what Alabama is doing to get behind that, because our industrial base is important. We're also getting behind spouse employment as part of a larger push to ensure the economic stability of our veterans and our military service members. So working with to stabilize spouse employment, and that means everything from licensure compacts, employment support, or just simply being the first state to actually jump on recent work to improve homeschooling for military service families. So y'all are leading the way. Came out here. This was the easiest trip to say yes to ever, because I know it's the most friendly crowd I'm possibly going to get. I appreciate what you're doing. Continually support our service members, and I know they can confidently deploy forward, like I said, because they know they're secure on the home front, or for here, the sweet home front. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Major General David Pritchett, tag for the Alabama National Guard.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth, Pro Tem Gudger, Majority Leader Livingston, Minority Leader Singleton, Speaker Ledbetter, Pro Tem Pringle, and all the other distinguished members. I think I got them all. Thank you for all of you for the support. I come to you today to sincerely thank you for that tireless contribution to the state of Alabama, and for observing this special day, the Military Appreciation Day, within these historic chambers. As your Adjutant General, under our Commander-in-Chief here in Alabama, the Commander-in-Chief, Governor Kay Ivey, I represent the almost 13,000 uniformed service members and civilians, employees that make up the heartbeat of the Alabama National Guard, of which almost 1,000 are deployed today or will soon be deployed, most of which in the CENTCOM theater supporting Operation Epic Fury. We're no stranger to the incredibly challenging times. This past week, without a doubt, was the most difficult time since I took over as the Adjutant General on 1 January of 2024. As I traveled back from observing the dignified transfer of our fallen heroes late yesterday afternoon at Dover Air Force Base, I thought about the significance of that moment. Nothing could have prepared me for the struggle at the moment as I searched for words to offer comfort to those family members. The sisters of Major Alex Kleiner, the parents of Captain Ariano Savino, or the husband and 3-year-old daughter of Tech Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, or the many other family members and the dear friends that gathered at Dover yesterday. And this past Saturday, as we grieved their loss, our mission continued as we sent 4 additional KC-135s to support the operation. A very solemn week as we continue our mission without their wingman from the 99th Air Refueling Squadron. Ultimately, while our faith sustains us, we find an abundance of hope in the leadership of this great state, including each and every one of you who are committed to supporting the extraordinary service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform. I take great pride in leading and serving alongside the most committed and talented force in our country, the Alabama soldiers and airmen. Their service to our state and nation is exemplary. For that reason, our people are our #1 priority and our decisive advantage. followed by our readiness, transformation, and partnership. These priorities not only help us face today's challenges, but also prepare us for the dynamic challenges that face us in the future. As many of our neighboring states provide increased benefits to their guards, we must continue also to provide those same benefits and investments in our most critical resource, and again, our greatest weapon is our people. Continuous readiness through discipline, realistic training, and continued opportunities helps us ensure that those resources, again, our most valuable ones, our people, are ready at a moment's notice should they be called, and they will be called. Embracing transformation, we seek to continuously improve, ensuring our warriors are outfitted with the best equipment and the resources ready for a constantly evolving and ever-changing global threat. The Alabama National Guard must modernize and innovate to answer the call. We are always ready, always there. And finally, acknowledging our last priority, our partnerships, I would like to thank you, our legislative body, for your continued support. I humbly ask for your steady commitment to our soldiers and our airmen. As Governor K.A. Ivey always says, our greatest days lie ahead. With your support, I not only believe that to be true, but believe our greatest victories are just ahead. Let's not waste a moment. Let's finish strong. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, Brigadier General Jeffrey Newton, retired from the Air Force. He's now the Commissioner of the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Appreciate all the support that y'all give to veterans. I truly appreciate it. Since last year, we have converted from an independent state agency to a cabinet level, executive level agency. We have done so much to help our veterans since then. We have new board membership, our State Board of Veterans Affairs. We got very active board membership, and we are working every day to look for opportunities to take care of our veterans. For example, our county veteran service officers. You should be all aware of our county veteran service officers that are out in our counties. In 2025, they contributed to bringing in $3.8 billion of federal money into our counties for their claims that they have processed through our county veteran service officers. We are opening new county veteran service officers throughout the state. We recently opened one in, I made a mistake of calling it Colbert County, but it's Colbert County, and I was corrected twice. Thank you, Representative Underwood, for keeping me on line there. It's Colbert County, but we also opened up a new office at the State Military Department. I'm working with Representative Pascal and opening up a second office in Shelby County. And then we're just looking at all across the state. We've got authority to increase our number of veteran service officers in the state. We're looking to do that. You should all be familiar with our wonderful, beautiful, and most affordable state veterans homes throughout the state. We have 5 beautiful homes. And if you didn't know this, the most that our veterans pay per day is $24 a day. Now you compare that to what you pay out in the civilian world, you're paying $8,000 to $9,000 a month. The most our veterans pay is $744 a month. So it's a great benefit for our veterans. And just a quick update on the Command Sergeant Major Benny G. Atkins home that unfortunately had that tragic fire last April, almost a year ago. Good news is that the construction is completing. We're hoping to have our veterans back in their resident home by September of this year. So they're all excited about getting back to their home, and we're excited about getting that home back in business. But if you haven't heard the news, on our second state Veterans Memorial Cemetery in North Alabama, we just closed on the property last week in Huntsville. It's about a mile just east of the Huntsville city limits. Beautiful piece of property. And I have to call out to U.S. Representative Strong, who helped us get matching federal dollars to match our state money. And let me tell you, this cemetery in North Alabama is going to be beautiful. It's going to have some features on it that is not seen throughout the country. We're going to have an amphitheater for ceremonies. We're going to have a bell tower to ring in all the military service details. It's just going to be a beautiful, beautiful cemetery. And I know the veterans in North Alabama are very excited about it. We're going to have a town hall on June 18th. We're bringing in the Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, Mike Rose. He's going to open up the ceremony for the town hall. We're excited to have him part of that as well. But we're excited about the new cemetery. We have our cemetery down in Spanish Fort, Alabama as well. We're expanding that as well. Now, I have to call out and brag on the Alabama Veterans Resource Center. If you have not had a chance, if you're a veteran in the audience and you had not had a chance to go down and visit that center, it's a beautiful center, just 3 or 4 blocks down the street, down on Dexter Avenue. As of this morning, they've only been open 2.5 weeks. They have serviced 163 veterans and their families, taking care of their needs. So we're very proud of what they're doing. I look forward to working with Secretary Reed and the rest of the Resource Center Board as we grow that facility across the state and it can continue to serve our veterans in those high volume areas where the veterans live, in Huntsville, maybe in Birmingham, down in the Wiregrass, as well as in Mobile. So we're excited about the future. We're taking care of our veterans. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Next, Major General Terry Grissom, Transition Team Director for U.S. Space Command.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. So I get the honor and privilege to serve as the Transition Director for Space Command to Huntsville, Alabama. So that's exciting, right? So I can tell you, I've been in the seat now for a couple of months, and things are happening at a very rapid pace, right? We've been directed to make irreversible momentum. And the Space Command motto is never a day without space. And we're living in unprecedented times. We can see that play out in the news and in the current world situation that we see playing out now. So it's critical, and Space Command plays a critical role in providing support to the warfighter. And we must complete this transition without losing momentum with the mission, right? So that's a very delicate process, a very delicate balance. So we'll do that over the coming months, transition personnel and mission to Huntsville. And I'm happy to report today that Space Command currently has personnel on Redstone Arsenal. And within the coming weeks, by the end of April, we'll have another 82 personnel arrive in Huntsville. By the end of the summer, early fall, we'll have another 120 personnel that will arrive in Huntsville. We are making irreversible momentum for Space Command's presence there in Huntsville. And I appreciate everyone's support. The local leadership engagements up there in Huntsville have been phenomenal with their support and feedback. Across the Tennessee Valley, phenomenal support. So I'm excited about this opportunity, excited to move forward on the new construction, the building, the Milcon project up there, which is a multi-billion-dollar project. We are planning, don't hold me to this, for groundbreaking either late this fall, early winter, or early next year. So as the funding comes in and the planning continues, we look for irreversible momentum and progress there in Huntsville. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General. I think I speak on everybody on behalf of Alabama. We're excited about Space Command coming back to its rightful home. Thank you for your leadership. Next speaker is Colonel Shamika Tolliver, Commander in the 42nd Air Base Wing.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity. And the members of the Senate and the House, I appreciate this forum and the opportunity to speak on behalf of the men and women of Maxwell Air Force Base and Gunter Annex. I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to again recognize our brothers in Birmingham and to say that our hearts are with their families. Please know that your team Maxwell support is right there. We were at the hem of the call, and we remain by their side to continue to provide all the support that those families need. Last time I addressed you just about a year ago as Crusader One, I rolled out the Air Base Wing's strategic priorities. Take care of people, execute the mission, strengthen our partnerships, and re-optimize our processes at the installation. And as I approach the end of my command tour, I begin with a public thank you to this forum to extend thanks to say, this legislative body has been amazing for the passage of the enactment of Senate Bill 149 for our military veteran temporary teaching certificate. This was just signed into law by Governor Ivey, and it allows our veterans and our military service members who have tremendous sacrifices and valuable experiences in leadership to serve in the classrooms for our youth, and they can reap the benefit of these experts. I'd also like to highlight the engagement of our elected officials who have championed the $2 million federal funding effort for the Capital Gateway project that boasts improvements for transportation along the I-65 corridor specific to Maxwell Boulevard. Thank you for your support. These initiatives certainly demonstrate the strong spirit of taking care of airmen, taking care of people, all of our partnerships in our community as we, the military members, live and serve here as well. Focusing on taking care of the mission, Maxwell Air Force Base is the first location of the Wright brothers and the nation's civilian flying school. After our support in World War I, the Wright Flying Field was renamed as Maxwell Field and established the Army Air Corps Tactical School. This is the front runner for the Air University as it is today. The tactical school graduated flight cadets, including those of Allied forces and the Tuskegee Airmen. Air University today, in this last year, continues training and educating our nation's air tacticians, and we've graduated over 72,000 graduates. This year, we also celebrate the biennial Chief of Staff of the Air Force International Honor Roll, which will take place next month. It is a capstone event executed right here in Montgomery since 1985. This event will recognize graduates that have become air chiefs, chiefs of staffs, ambassadors, and heads of state for over 106 partner nations. Although the 42nd Air Base Wing boasts a robust history, its lean force bellies its mighty impact. The team of 1,900 individuals support 42,000 personnel, active duty members, family members, guardsmen, reservists, retirees, all from around the river region. This past December, the 42nd Medical Group transitioned to the new Air Force Medical Command and was reassigned to the 359th Medical Wing headquartered in Joint Base San Antonio. The men and women who now are part of the Maxwell Medical Group may be aligned under a new Texas wing, but they remain committed and dedicated to providing high quality of care and support for our Maxwell patients. The title Crusader. Crusader carries a deep, deep historical significance. During their deployment with the French island in Caledonia in 1943, the airmen of the 42nd Air Bombardment Group were honored with that name, Crusader, by our French allies. This is the namesake that we carry today. We are focused on our current mission, prepare for combat and prepare others for the same. As General Pritchett talked about deployers, Maxwell Air Force Base has the largest ops tempo and the highest ops tempo that we have had in several years. We are posturing to send additional airmen downrange, and we have several that are currently serving. Just as every other military installation in the state has had to face, Maxwell has had to push through the federal government shutdowns with our civilian employees that were not able to work and were furloughed. Our military men and women stepped up to that charge. They continued to execute the mission, and Maxwell and Gunter kept on track. In fact, many of our service members stepped up to help our community partners as well. Last November, to assist the state of Alabama with their high school VEX robotics competition, in 2025, Maxwell actually hosted that event on the installation. But due to the government shutdown, we weren't able to do it and had to relocate and pivot to an installation off the installation. However, many of our service members volunteered their time in their personal capacity. They kept this crucial event on target for the community, assisting with logistics, judging, and food vendors for over 250 students from 37 schools all around the state of Alabama. As war fighters, we've been focused. We've been focused on the future fight as well. Maxwell partnered with the City of Montgomery to support the Air Force Life Cycle Management Business and Enterprise Systems emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and math. And we executed the Department of the Air Force's Information Technology Cyber Symposium. That took place this last August. Over 4,600 military members and civilian professional IT members in cybersecurity learned about new technology and challenges of our global network. This is direct support for the national defense that is taking place right here in Montgomery. Closer to our gates, this past February, the Maxwell Fire Department partnered with the City of Montgomery Fire Department to battle a blaze that started off base near Gunter and was a really small fire. It quickly spread to several vehicles and other structures and was called in as a 3-alarm fire. The teams worked together as a unified one command with mutual aid support. Maxwell Fire Department responded and assisted Montgomery Fire to quickly extinguish that fire and prevented it from spreading to the rest of the city. This is the spirit of strengthening our partnership. Focused on re-optimizing processes, Maxwell Gunter has initiated a comprehensive campaign to reflect on installation pride. It is a premier location, with Air University being our premier unit there. And so I've launched what is called the Installation Excellence Campaign of 2026. The plan in itself, it has an attending tactical plan focused on Operation Reflecting Installation Standards of Excellence, Operation RISE. It outlines a coordinated effort to fight the base. As you know, we've had systemic challenges with our infrastructure. The infrastructure is aging. The appearance of Maxwell Air Force Base is pinnacle, and the customer service we provide is pinnacle. So, consorted as a front, we will fight the base together. The 4 underlying efforts of this campaign is the elevation of quality of life for our service members, providing premier combat support and service, instilling a warfighter mindset as we stay focused on our nation's defense, and enhancing communication, which aligns our efforts to communicate additionally with the state, with the local officials, and with our 46 mission partners on the installation. The campaign's goal is ultimately to cultivate an installation of excellence and serves as a physical embodiment of the Air University's prestigious representation. My community focus areas as Crusader One remain partnering with you all for affordable and safe housing, childcare, and education, while also ensuring that our health care and our spouse employment opportunities remain at the forefront. These focus areas highlight the commitment of the operational sacrifices, the readiness, and the mental preparedness that takes the resilient soldiers, sailors, and airmen at Maxwell to continue serving. In addition, Maxwell has bought in 85% of our Air Force's accessions pipeline through the home center execution of the officer training school location and the reserve officer training school. Those are the 2 only locations within our Air Force confines where those commissioning sources get to service our service. As our competitors recognize us as a force to be reckoned with, the institution itself, we are cultivating and advancing leadership. We remain the epicenter of the tactical operations of all the education that takes place. We remain the strategic hub of joint air operations. And as the 42nd Air Base Wing Commander, I will tell you we're cognizant of our strategic importance, supporting Air University as America's air power university. Take great pride in it. And this year, Maxwell Air Force Base remains ready as your service component to prepare for combat and ensure others are prepared for the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colonel Tolliver, for your leadership. Next, Colonel Andy Moore, Commander at the Anniston Army Depot.
Sir, thank you for the invitation today and the chance to speak here. So on behalf of myself and also the Anniston Army Depot, thank you for your steadfast support. So Anniston Army Depot is part of the defense industrial base that's being reinvigorated by this administration. And it's vital to the readiness of the American warfighter. We have about 3,000 employees, the majority of which are Department of the Army civilians. There's actually only 5 service members on Anniston Army Depot. It's known as the pit crew of the American warfighter. And so we do the depot level maintenance and the remanufacture of the Army's ground combat systems, its artillery systems, and small arms systems, and also all of the Department of War locomotives. So there's a lot that I even didn't realize that the depot did before I got there. And it's our people. Our people, most of who are Alabama citizens, that make the depot great. At all levels, from the state of Alabama to Calhoun County and many of the cities and towns surrounding the depot. Anniston, Oxford, Jacksonville, Gadsden, Talladega, Wellborn, just to name a few. And not just the cities, but all the organizations, the education, Jacksonville State University, Gadsden State Community College. Everybody bends over backwards to help the depot and its employees. So thank you so very much. We get a lot of senior leaders and foreign partners because our partners want to use our equipment, and that's a great thing. There's always one constant comment that they always make, and that is they're impressed with our people, with their passion, with their subject matter expertise, with their professionalism. And so thank you for caring for our employees. They're truly what make the depot great. As we move forward to the future, it's because of your strong advocacy that the depot is going to be poised to continue to support not just the American warfighter, but the warfighters of our partners too, with over $1 billion worth of construction and renovations that are going to occur. So some of those initiatives and facilities is going to be a new component remanufacturing facility where we'll be able to consolidate a lot of our back shops underneath one roof to make it more efficient type effort. It's updating the processes that we're doing, modernizing them. We'll have a new final paint facility. A lot of the new paints technology out there that makes our equipment more survivable, more lethal. Different requirements that you don't think about. And so that new final paint facility is going to allow us to do that new paint. The Carkey, the enhanced paint that's there, requires longer time to cure. New weapons storage facility for the DLA, Defense Logistics Agency. They store over 2 million weapons for the Department of War and other government agencies at Anniston Army Depot, and munitions maintenance facilities. So right now, Anniston Army Depot is supporting the war that's going on with sending munitions out to support our warfighters on the ground forward in the Middle East every single day. So thank you so much for that. Those improvements are going to ensure that the depot will continue to improve the readiness of the American warfighter and also lethality. So it's going to save soldiers' lives. On behalf of myself, I just arrived this past July. A lot of the laws that you have passed, myself and my family are benefits of. So my wife just got her state license as a veterinarian through that reciprocity. So greatly appreciate that. My children homeschool, and so the legislation that you passed for that, I'm a direct benefit of that. So thank you so very, very much. In closing, one of the questions I often get asked is, have I picked a side? And so I am unfortunately, no, I have not picked a side. I have to say Hail State. I can't miss the opportunity. I'm a graduate of Mississippi State University, but Hail State. But I am really glad to be here in the state of Alabama, and appreciate the welcome that everybody has given us. And the statement that, sir, that you made earlier, that every day is Military Appreciation Day, like that is the truth. And so thank you so very much.
Thank you, Colonel Moore. Good to have you in Alabama. And 2 words that I'd like for you to learn is War Eagle. So next, Representative Ed Oliver.
Whereas the Alabama legislature proudly observes Military Appreciation Day each year to recognize and honor the extraordinary service and sacrifice of the men and women who serve in the United States Armed Forces, including those on active duty in the National Guard and Reserve, and those who have previously served the nation as veterans. And whereas the people of Alabama maintain a deep and enduring relationship with the United States military, as the state is home to military installations including Redstone Arsenal, Anniston Army Depot, Sumter Smith Joint National Guard Base, Maxwell Air Force Base, Danley Field, Fort Rucker, the United States Coast Guard Aviation Training Center, Fort McClellan Training Center, the Alabama National Guard Joint Force Headquarters, and numerous additional military units and organizations that contribute to our national security. And whereas Alabama is home to nearly 400,000 veterans, 13,500 active duty service members, 26,700 National Guard and Reserve members, and 50,000 military spouses and dependents, all of whom contribute to the strength and resilience of our communities and our nation. And whereas these brave individuals serve around the world, defending freedom, preserving peace, and protecting the security of the United States and its allies. And whereas on March 12th, 2026, members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron tragically lost their lives during combat operations in service to the United States, demonstrating the ultimate sacrifice in defense of freedom and the safety of our nation. And whereas the fallen airmen, Major John Alex Kleiner, Captain Ariana Savino, and Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, served their nation with honor, courage, and devotion to duty, embodying the highest traditions of the United States Air Force. And whereas the members of the legislature join the people of this state in honoring the courage, commitment, and sacrifice of these fallen service members, and extend our deepest condolences to their families, loved ones, fellow airmen, and the entire 99th Air Refueling Squadron. And whereas the members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron serve as a fully integrated force with the 117th Air Refueling Wing at Sumter Smith Joint National Guard Base in Birmingham, Alabama, working hand in hand with Alabama National Guard personnel as part of a unified mission, and the Vulcan refuelers are regarded as an enduring part of Alabama's military family. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the legislature hereby recognizes March 19th, 2026 as Military Appreciation Day and expresses its profound gratitude to all members of the United States Armed Forces, past and present, for their honorable service to our nation. Be it further resolved that the Alabama legislature solemnly honors the memory and sacrifice of Major John Alex Kleiner, Captain Ariana Savino, and Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron who lost their lives on March 12, 2026, recognizing their bravery and devotion to duty as an enduring example of service above self. Be it further resolved that the legislature extends its heartfelt sympathies and prayers to the families of these fallen airmen, the members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron, the members of the 117th Air Refueling Wing, and the entire United States Air Force community. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be delivered to the command leadership of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron at Sumter Smith Joint National Guard Base, the Alabama National Guard, and the families of the fallen airmen as a token of the legislature's highest respect and appreciation.
At this time, let's give our active military and veterans a round of applause. Thank you for your service. Thank you to everybody that helped plan today. Today was a great day. And I also just want to say to everybody in the House and Senate over the last 8 years, y'all done tremendous work to make Alabama the most military and veteran-friendly state in the country. Let's give the legislature a round of applause for what you've done. Thank you. All right. The purpose of this joint session having been concluded, we now stand adjourned.
The House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Yarborough.
It is now. It just came on. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure there's further questions.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, brother. Trying to.
Representative Harrison. Ms. Hall's not here. If you want to come on down, that'd be great.
Representative Yarborough, I appreciate you bringing this bill. I think it's something that's very much needed. And what people don't understand is this is the primary. This is the primary. This is the party's primary. Republicans should elect Republican candidates, and the Democrats should elect the Democratic candidates. It's pretty simple. We don't want. I've had Republicans saying that they're going to go over and participate in the Democratic candidates primary and elect the weakest candidates there that the Republicans can defeat. And that's not right. I told them, I said, look, you can go do that, but you won't be able to run for office for 6 years. That's automatic. We take appeals. I'm on the steering committee as a 5th District Congressional District Chairman. And this is for the party. We have to opt in to the state's primary process. We could actually not opt in and conduct our own primary separate and apart, but we opt into the state's process. We're modifying that process. The legislature has the right to do that, and we'll abide by that. But this should be simple. We don't want Democrats coming over in the Republicans' primary and adulterating our candidates, and we shouldn't be doing the same in the Democratic primary.
Right.
So this process will prevent that. And people say, well, you're disenfranchising a voter. Okay, we're not disenfranchising the voter. We are allowing, this is the primaries. They can vote in the general election. They can the independent people that want to remain independent, they can form their own party. They can support a write-in candidate, and they can vote either for the Democratic candidate or the Republican candidate. We're not disenfranchising. We're just preventing them from voting in the Republican or in the Democratic. Unless you're a member of that party, you have no right to vote in that party. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. And so I appreciate you bringing the bill.
Thank you very much.
You recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you. As I listened to this debate, I came in, and I usually can jump right in and try to pull my thoughts together. And as I began to listen to the debate, key dates in American history came to mind for me. The first date was 1619, when it is said that the first slaves who were sold as chattel landed in Jamestown, Virginia. But I then began to think about other days in history. 1776, when this country was founded. And there was a Declaration of Independence that those who said they were the founders of this country wrote. And the preamble of that declaration said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." But then I was reminded that even after 1776, 1857 came about, the Dred Scott decision. 1896, Plessy v. Ferguson. But then I began to consider other days, as I am a history fanatic to a great extent and always have been. I started to think about other key days in history. The days between 1861 and 1865, a civil war was fought to keep a people enslaved, people who helped to build a White House with their hands but wasn't occupied by Black leadership until 2008. So I began to consider other dates in history, and we moved to 1954 and moved to 1955. I moved to an era of Jim Crow. I moved to an era of 1963, and all of these thoughts when 4 little girls were killed at the 16th Street Baptist Church. I moved to an era on Bloody Sunday. I moved to the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Again, all of these dates are just coming to me in different intervals. I moved to a point in 1955 when a woman refused to give up her seat on a bus. And she was booked into the Montgomery jail, and her booking number was 7043. Her name was Rosa Parks. I moved to counting jelly beans in a jar and reciting the Constitution, poll taxes. I moved to an era, and all of these eras in history. In 1964, when Dr. King was killed, I moved through all of these times in history that a people rights were being stripped away and or denied. Even at the time of the Emancipation Proclamation, when there were those for 2 years, almost 3 years later, who refused to free people that looked like me. So as I heard Blackshear talk about all of the progress that this party has made, and we're here today, where we are right now is simply a point in history where we are rolling back all of those significant times where people fought for the right to vote, where people fought to be able to drink out of counters that said whites only and refused to sit down, where we fought to be able to sit and walk in front doors versus having to come in back doors. See, my processing of what you all have done here and do is very different than many of my colleagues. And I've come to grips with that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Not one person is made to think alike, and I'm fine. That's why we have democracy. But where we are right now is a rollback. It is a rollback of rights. It is a rollback and an infringement on a person's possible right to vote. We know what may be coming down from the Supreme Court, and they may very well gut the the 1965 Voting Rights Act. So when I don't come here ever to beg you all not to do anything, because every time I come and I stand and I say I'm here to reveal what you do, the thing is, you all reveal who you are. I said this to someone in this chamber a few weeks ago. Doesn't matter how close we may associate. Doesn't matter how we may talk and chit-chat. You're still who you are. So at the end of the day, I'm standing here and I'm not amazed. I'm not shocked. I said just a few days ago to several people, here we are, 1865, the 13th Amendment was abolished, slavery. 15th Amendment in 1870. So I'm sitting here thinking about all of these days, but then I come to 2026, and I heard my colleague talk about all of these things when tariffs are killing our pocketbooks. I heard about all the greatness with strides in education, but yet we still have schools that are not up to par. I heard about all of the great things that you and your party have done. But I also am reminded of all of those things where you have stripped a woman from her right to choose, whether it be an abortion or whatever it is. I should be able to choose what is best for my health care. And it means different things to different people. So I'm standing here not amazed. I'm not shocked. Because for me, since 2010, you all have always revealed yourselves. And that is why I've always walked the halls and moved the way I have moved, because once you showed me one time, I believed you. That is why I don't do the hypocrisy. It is what it is. Whether it be you all or anybody in my party, I have bills that someone in my party, own party, has said to the rules chair not to let my bills out of committee. But I'm fine with that. They long since revealed to me who they are. So even if it has happened to me, whether it be from you all or someone in my party, I'm fine with that. Because at the end of the day, you cannot take away history. And history always repeats itself. I've said this before. We may not see folks in a meeting with white sheets over their head and 3 holes in the face, but it doesn't mean that they don't still meet. They just wear suits and ties and shirts. And where we are today is a revelation that yes, we've made some strides, but we haven't made as many. Because it is an attempt to change a process to disallow those right that they already have, and they should be able to choose and choose wisely. It's called a rollback. DEI is a rollback. DEI is a rollback. Choice schools, I don't care how you flip it, is a quota system, but it's a quota system that has been designed by others for those in the sake of those that they favor. Choice schools is DEI 0.5 on steroids. So all of the great things you all have done here, I simply say continue to reveal yourself. Maybe one day, history will repeat itself, but it may not be me on this end of history. Very well be you or your child. Because what you do to the least of these, you do it unto me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin, Representative Fiddler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just, Representative Yarborough, thank you for, this is a piece of legislation I know you've been working on for a while. And I talked to you a little bit about it the other day. My concerns are what I saw in my legislative district whenever I ran for office. So when I ran for office, I went door to door. And I didn't know who was a Republican, who was a Democrat, who was an independent. So when I knocked on that door, I just started talking. And I could see kind of where they were. And about 30% told me they were independent and they voted on the person and they wanted to meet the person and know the person before they decided, if they were going to be who they wanted to vote for.
Sure.
So one of the things that I've been doing in these last 3 years is I've really worked to try to educate people. Like every 2 weeks I'm on the radio. I try to make sure people hear me, understand what's going on in Montgomery. I do a Facebook thing every week while we're in session, and I'm trying to reach those people. The day when I asked them, when they came to the door, I said, you do have a choice. You do have a voice. You can vote. And I ask that you vote for me, and I ask that you vote on May 24th. I had more votes in my district than anyone in the legislature in the House. And I worry and I'm concerned that what happens to those independents? Do they have a place? How do we get them? If they stay over here, how do we get them back? And it just really concerns me about the fundamental, like, who's going to represent that voice? Because that was about 30% or so. And the people in my district, we're Republican.
Sure.
We've one of the hardest right Republican groups,
Right.
and have been. I've lived there 6 generations in the district. The day after I turned 18, I registered to vote. And I voted Republican ever since I could vote.
Sure.
But that is their only time that they would have been able to choose, because we're going to be Republican.
Right.
So those independents, and I only had a few admit to me they were Democrats. At that time everybody was kind of mad with the gas prices, but most of them said that they just wanted to vote for the person. And it really worries me and concerns me that we're going down this path that we may not be able to get those people back, because they get frustrated because they can't get back, because that 60-day time period where they can't come back and undo, who they want to vote for, because it's 60 days before primary. I wish it was a lot closer to the primary, but it really concerns me for those reasons, just because I feel like I guess that's a question too. How do you reach those people? How do we get them over to us, in the Republican Party? And we're going down this path that it feels like we're going to be, saying, no, you can't participate. Your voice won't matter. Because those 60 days is what I think, because I started going door to door 95 days before the primary. So there was only I really only had 2 weeks to get them to come back over and say, hey, go read, you could. And a lot of them told me, they said, I don't have a choice. I can't vote. I'm like, yes, you can. And I asked you to vote for me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I commend you. I did the same thing. I knocked 6,000 doors, and I had a lot of people tell me, you're the first person that's knocked my door since my granddaddy or daddy or whatever, or granddaddy. And so I think, to your point, there will never be a replacement for voter engagement. Like, it's incumbent upon us to get out and knock the doors and go earn the vote. And I think, when you do that, when you go out and you're engaged and you knock the doors and you talk to the people, you spend the time doing that, and you do so with a clearly aligned, structure of, here's what we believe, here's what we stand for, and here's this clear connection between that and those who are, running for a nomination for the party. I think that clarity of choice is helpful to people, because there's complete vertical alignment in terms of, platform, positions, principles, and those who are running. And so, as you know, that 60-day window, right, is because of the other statute of 55 days before with the absentee. And, I'm sure that if that was to be shrunk legislatively by a separate statute, I guess the other one could shrink as well. To your point, as far as the window before, that's obviously a separate state law. But I think that, we're never going to get away from the need. I love Charlie Kirk because he went out and talked and he spoke and he won the hearts of a generation of young people. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do the same. upon the basis of our principles.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I feel like we're pushing, like, how do we get, I just want to make sure we're getting people involved and engaged. And this feels like we're going down a pathway where even, they may get frustrated and I'm not going to vote. I can't even go vote for the person I want to because, I don't know.
Well, but obviously they can, right? They get a year and a half, 2 years. They can go online and change their registration to a different party, just the SOS website, or in person. I mean, there's a lot of time there for people to make up their minds, on the basis of, what nominees and parties stand for.
And just, I don't know, I guess this is just general information, but I've had 2 people that are really hard right Republican, what I'd call hard right, tell me in the last probably 6 months, I don't know about this. I think I'm going independent. And when I hear that and we were talking about this, I'm like, no, you're really Republican. We want to keep you over here. I think that's going down this road. This is, we got here, we got a supermajority, and I know we have our arguments within our party, but we got a party that we can actually get a lot done with a supermajority, and I'm afraid we're going down a road that we're not going to be able to. We're going to grow an independent party instead of a Republican party if we aggravate our voters too much and not make it to where they can participate in voting. But I just want to say thank you. I mean, I know this is in your heart, and it's a good debate. I just fundamentally, I have a real problem with it because, I had to get out there and try to talk people into voting. And if I had only 2 weeks to do that, 3 weeks to do that, I don't think I could get the response. I don't think I could get their participation. And I want to make sure people participate and listen and kind of get involved in politics. And I've been working hard to do that these last several years. And that's what really concerns me. I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Redmond Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, before I address your bill, I was given a speech to say that it's a great day to be a Democrat and be able to think for yourself, and we welcome all who will come. Now, to go along with my colleague, I'm a child of the 60s. I marched, I ran away from dogs, I ran away from hoses. I was even beaten by a fully grown white man for drinking out of a clean fountain. I was attacked by a group of young white boys, and I still have those scars. And that's what gave me that inspiration to fight and work for everybody and have no respect of person. I've been arrested even after they allowed blacks to sit up front on a bus just because a white lady was dissatisfied with me sitting as a child across from her. Now, when I was beaten, I was 6 years old. And I looked at the 2 fountains. One was dirty and one was clean. So I drank from the clean fountain. I don't even know where the man came from, but the next thing I know, he was beating me and I was on the floor for drinking out of a clean fountain. To have gone through all that we have gone through, for somebody to take a primary election to say you must register for a party. But when the general election comes, I can vote the way I want to vote. So in essence, it's a nonsense election, except that if you all are going to take those people's names who register as Republicans for a primary and use that to intimidate them, to force them to vote the way you want them to vote for the general election. And I think that's what you all are going to do, because you set history. In many cases, we've seen how you've taken data and how you've used that data to intimidate and bully other people. But other than that, I don't see any purpose for this bill for a primary election. And then at the same time, I know you probably got friends, you probably got relatives who just want to be an independent. I've done it sometime. I've not always voted a straight Democratic ticket, but I thank God for the party that I can think for myself. And there's nothing in party regulations that make me think one-dimensional. I could always expand my mind and look at the candidate and what the candidate has to offer to me and my family, because that's what we look at first. How will I and my family benefit from this candidate? But in a democracy that your party has been working diligently since 2010 and probably the early 50s to change that democracy to authoritarian forms of government. And that's the way you carry yourselves. There is no way under God's heaven that all of you all think the same way and feel the same way on every bill that comes through this house. But I do know that because of the posture of the party, you are put in certain situations. But at the end of the day, you got to be fully grown. You got to be an adult in this business, and you got to be able to make those same decisions that are critical decisions for you and your family, that as if you're in your household. But for you to stand here and disenfranchise your friends, disenfranchise your family members who might just want to go to a primary election and say, I want to pick the people that I want to represent me, not necessarily the party that I want to represent me. Nobody on this earth, I do believe, think the same way all the time. So we differ on how we look at different situations, and it's the climate most times that determine how we're going to think. I vote Democrat because they fit better to the issues that me and my family face and my friends face. But I do have some friends that claim that they are just totally independent. They don't want to have to be assigned to a party. And I think that what's going to happen, because you all going to run over us, you're going to pass this bill anyway. But I'm thankful because come November, all them independents and Republicans that y'all disenfranchised, we're going to welcome them to the Democratic Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Randolph, Representative Fincher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to make a few comments on this. I very seldom come down into the well, but this touches me in a number of different ways. I have been a Republican all my life. You're looking at a guy who has pretty much worked in the Republican Party his entire life. I won't forget, on a number of occasions, I was on the steering committee for the Republican Party 5 different terms. Terms before the Republican Party came into power, and terms after the Republican Party came into power. So I've served on the steering committee for the state party for a long time. I never will forget one time we were having a district meeting, and I represented the 3rd Congressional District on the steering committee, which is the Mike Rogers district. And we were having a meeting, and the chairman from Clay County, my good friend Eddie Branch, came to the microphone, and he said, all of you people out there, every one of you ladies and gentlemen sitting in here, and this is the Republican committee for the 3rd District, he said, every one of you was once a Democrat, except probably Bob Fincher, and I think he was born a Republican. And that was his comment. I have never voted for a Democrat or in a Democrat primary at all. I remember the first time I actually took part in a campaign was in 1960. I was in the 5th grade, and I handed out materials for Richard Nixon when he ran against John F. Kennedy. And so that goes back a ways. When I was at Auburn University, I served with the college Republicans there. And ever since I left the college, I've been working in the Republican Party for all these years. I do not think the bill we have before us, and Representative Yarborough, this is nothing opposed to you personally, I think the bill we have before us right now is bad politics and bad policy. I don't think it's the way we need to go. I think we need to leave our door open and welcome people within the party and into the party. When I ran for the legislature, there were Democrats that were more open-minded than I was, because I did have Democrats who came over and supported me because they thought I was the best candidate and the one who would do the best job for them. And so, you know, I have seen no sign in recent years of Democrats trying to flood the Republican Party with crossover voting. I've just never seen it. You know, I've heard it talked about, but I really don't think the Democrats generally vote in their primary, the Republicans vote in their primary, and those who are of an independent bent get a selection whichever way they want to go. I don't think they're trying to sabotage anybody, though. I really don't think they are. I think we have a good system right now. Will this bring growth or restriction to the Republican Party's numbers in the primary elections should this bill pass? What do you think? Will there be growth? Will we have more voters participating in the Republican Party, or will we have fewer voters? And I want to see the Republican Party grow. I have wanted that all of my life. But will this bill bring growth, or will it restrict the number of voters we have?
I believe as we lean more into who we are, that it will attract. And I think people like Charlie Kirk demonstrate that.
Right. When you have a litmus test of things that you must accept to be considered a Republican or a Democrat in this state, you are restricting the people who can come in. You don't have a big tent. You are pitching a pup tent, basically, for that to sort of happen. You're restricting people and keeping them out. We need to see the party grow. We need to have access readily available to people to come into the Republican Party and welcome those people into the party. Most people, when they come into a political primary, most of them are making that decision based on the number and quality of candidates on that ballot. And I think in recent years, the Republican Party has had a better quality and a larger number of candidates and more competitive races maybe, and that draws people in. But once a person comes into either party's primary, into their primaries, that it's a tendency that they will do that over and over again, I think. We are habitual creatures. And we tend to do what we have done by habit. But if we drive people from our primary, that can be habitual also. That can become what they do. I also have a problem with automatic party registration, which I understand this bill does. Not this election, but in the next election cycle, if you ask for a Democrat ballot, you're automatically going to be a registered Democrat. If you ask for a Republican primary ballot, you're going to automatically be registered a Republican. I don't think we ought to do that, because there are people who are fluid within this system and move back and forth. I don't think we ought to make them automatically registered in either party unless they specifically state they want to be, that they wish to be. I wouldn't have any automatic registration. I think that's a mistake. And I don't think we ought to put them into a position where they have to go and change their registration and modify their registration. I'm afraid what we're doing now is going to harden the stances of both political parties. The road we're going down right now will harden the stances, and we may sometime, we get along, we vote differently in here, Democrats and Republicans very often do. We vote differently, but we're a more congenial group than you're going to find in Washington, D.C. I don't want us to become so hardened that we will reject others just because they happen to have a D or an R by their name. And they don't even speak to each other. They're so hostile most of the time. I'm afraid this will lead us down a path where there will be a hardening of political positions. And I'm afraid that will happen. And it will hinder our ability to reach across the aisles and deal with people from the other party, and which we can do now, I think, to a greater extent at least than they do in D.C. I just want to say once again, I don't see any evidence of crossover voting being a problem and causing a problem. I don't think we have that. And I don't see the need for this. If I did, I guess I would support it. I'm from Randolph County, and the first time I went to vote in Randolph County, I don't know how, there are probably not many of you old as I am and can remember, but used to be when you went in to vote in the primary, you signed the white book if you wanted to vote Democrat, and you signed a blue book if you wanted to vote Republican in the Republican primary. Well, I was appointed to work the polls, and I've done a little bit of everything in elections and politics in all these years, and I've worked the polls. I've been a party chairman for a county. I've done a lot of things over the years, been a registrar, a voter registrar, and a lot of different things. But, I never will forget, I moved to Randolph County, I'm working the polls, and they didn't even take the blue book out. It stayed in an envelope under the table. And I insisted that the Republican blue book be taken out. And I signed that book. And I was the only one all day that signed that blue book. Everybody else at that polling place voted Democrat. So if you want to know how I voted at the end of the day, look at the vote returns from that, because I was the one and only Republican vote in that box.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I rise today to speak on an issue that strikes at the very heart of our democratic process. whether the state of Alabama should require voters to register by political party. At first glance, such a proposal may appear administrative, not that big, perhaps even harmless. But when we look deeper, we discover that it carries profound consequences for voter freedom, participation, and the very spirit of our democracy in our state. Alabama has long operated on a system that does not require voters to declare a political party when they register. Instead, when the time comes to vote in a primary election, citizens are free to choose which party ballots they wish to participate in. This system is not accidental, it's intentional, because it reflects a belief that the voters should not be bound before they even reach the ballot box. It places trust in the individual rather than controls in the hands of political institutions. To require party registration would be to reverse that principle, forcing voters to define themselves politically before they even cast a vote. We must also recognize the growing number of Americans in Alabama who do not identify strictly with one political party. They're independent thinkers. They are citizens who weigh issues carefully. They are voters who refuse to be boxed in. And under our current system, they are welcome. They are empowered. They can walk into a primary election and participate fully. But if we impose party registration, we send a different message. You must choose a side before you can have a voice. That's not inclusive. That's not freedom. And that's not democracy at its best. Because voting is one of the most precious and personal acts in a free society. In a moment where a citizen stands alone, guided by conscience, conviction, and belief. Requiring party registration risks turning that private act into a public label. It creates records of political fiction. It opens the doors to target and pressure and division. And we must ask ourselves, should a citizen have to declare their political identity to the government just to exercise their right to vote? I believe, matter of fact, I know that answer is no. Our responsibility as leaders is not to make voting more complicated, it's to make it more accessible. An Alabama current system lowers barriers. It invites participation. It allows flexibility. A party registration requirement would do the opposite. It would add another step, another decision, another potential reason for someone to say, I'll just stay home. And at a time when we should be strengthening civil engagement, we must not support policies that risk weakening it. And let us also consider the role of government. Government exists to protect rights, not to categorize citizens. When the states begin to track and require political fiction, it steps into territory that should belong to the individual alone. Because a voter is not a label, a voter is not a data point, a voter is a citizen with the freedom to think, to choose, and yes, to even change their mind. Alabama, like many states, has a history that reminds us of the importance of protecting access to the ballot. We worked hard over generations to expand participation, to open doors and ensure that every voice can be heard. We must be careful not to adopt policies that even unintentionally moves us backwards, because progress in democracy is measured not by how many rules we add, but by how many citizens we empower. So today I stand firmly opposed to requiring voters in Alabama to register by political party, because our current system respects freedom, it protects privacy, it encourages participation, and it honors the independent spirit of our citizens. Let us preserve a system that trusts voters rather than one that confines them. Let us choose openness over restriction. Let us choose freedom over formality, and let us always choose a democracy that invites every voice to be heard. Because this is too important. Party primary can be closed if that's what the party wants, and they can select their nominees. But when we deal with what we're talking about, you're going to disenfranchise over 300,000 people who make up their mind, who say they're independent. And just think about it. We just honored the military, recognized them for what they do for our freedom. Would it be a requirement that they must make a choice? What about all the different government workers that work in sensitive roles, federal roles and stuff like that, who are not party afflicted to do their job? Are we requiring them to make a choice? Democrats are not voting in primaries with other voters. And then when you think about it, most times our primary winners are usually the general election winners. You know, it's been that way for some time. So why wouldn't voters want to participate in those primary elections to help select the best person to be that leader of the state or whatever office position? And when we think about all the millions of dollars that's being spent in advertising for political purpose, it affects and it has the query of attracting a voter, because that's what it's for. You're going to tell somebody because you don't register, you can't have a choice to participate in this primary. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And at this point in time, I'd like to offer an amendment, please.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment 2, House Bill number 541 by Representative Travis.
You care to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, sir. The amendment is very simple. This amendment will allow a political party to opt out of requiring registration of party affiliation to vote in a primary election. It was real simple. On line 24, page 1, it will change to this. This bill will allow a political party to opt out of requiring registration of party affiliation to vote in a primary election. Line 51 on page 2 will have parties to provide exceptions to make non-substantial technical revisions. And line 143 to 115, page 5, voter registration list notwithstanding the foregoing, the Executive Standing Committee of political party may opt out of requiring electors to register their political party affiliation in order to vote in primary elections of that political party. The Executive Standing Committee shall notify the Secretary of State in writing of his intention to opt out of this section. That's my amendment.
You've heard the gentleman's explanation of this amendment. How does the sponsor see it?
I appreciate your time and your words, but I do believe that election integrity is what's at stake and should be applied across the board, and that's the purpose of this bill. So I would move to table the amendment.
Yeah, you've heard the sponsor's recommendation. It's a table. If you're for tabling the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 65 ayes, 30 nays. The amendment has been tabled.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to dialogue with you on this.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Colvin. While he's making his way down here, we got some guests in the gallery. The Calhoun County 4-H chapter is the guest of the entire Calhoun County delegation. Let's give them a big hand. Also, we have Marcia and Tricia, Friends of Sons of Huntsville, and they are the guests of Representative Hall and Representative Daniels. Thank you all for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, appreciate allowing me to come comment to you today. You know, I think we've heard some good debate today regarding this piece of legislation. I think a lot of people's concerns are very valid, you know, on both sides of the argument. You know, I think it's been very good debate. You know, my philosophy has always been vote your district, vote your conscience. You know, I never fault anybody for voting how their people back home wanted to vote. But I do think we've heard some comments today that need to be addressed, that either concerns have been overblown or stretched. And I want to ask you a few questions today so you can kind of clarify. You know, we've heard a lot of debate today regarding choice. This takes away people's choice to how they can vote. And the way I read the bill, I did not interpret it that way. It seems very clear to me. There's nothing in this piece of legislation that would stop me from voting in the Republican primary in 28, the Democratic primary in 2030, the Republican. I could go back and forth every 2 years. There's
correct.
nothing in this piece of legislation stopping me from doing that.
That's correct.
And I think we heard a comment earlier. If you see the light, you know, if you see the light, want to swap parties, you know, if your beliefs change, nothing's stopping you from doing that. Just like now.
That's right.
So I don't know if that necessarily is a valid concern, because you can still do that. You know, with this bill is not going to stop it.
That's right.
You know, and I think we've heard some debate too, and it's a good debate, you know, regarding the 60-day rule. You know, let's say when I vote in the Republican primary in 2028, and let's say I did want to swap over and vote in the Democratic primary in 2023, I have to go and re-register, I think either online or with the board of registrars
right.
and change my party registration. And I think we heard that that was a possible hurdle for voters. And well, if that's a hurdle, well, then registering the vote's a hurdle. Changing your address when you move's a hurdle. Going into the polling place that day is a hurdle. So I don't know if that's necessarily a valid concern for that to be a hurdle. And, you know, I think people forget and also, you know, we've heard about, well, I don't want people to know how I voted. I'm scared to register as a Republican. I'm scared to register as a Democrat because politics are so divisive. I don't want people to know how I vote. You know, and with this, you have to publicly declare. And I guess people forget your voting record is already public.
Right.
Every one of us could access the Secretary of State's website and get anybody's voter file in the entire state of Alabama.
That's right.
Whether you're Republican or Democrat, you can pull it up. You know, sometimes that's concerns on executive committees when you're trying to see if someone should be or not on the ballot.
That's right.
You look at voting history.
That's right.
It's public record now. If you're a Republican, people know it. If you're a Democrat, people know it because they can look up your voting history. So I don't know if necessarily the fear about privacy is valid because there's no privacy now. People already know. Now, you do have the protection of privacy on who you check that day on the box. No one has the right to know that. You don't have to tell anybody how you vote.
That's right.
But what primary you vote in is public record already.
That's right.
So I don't know if that fear is necessarily invalid. And, you know, we've heard about you're taking the right away for people to choose. This only affects primary elections. Nothing in the general election will change. We all will go vote on the general election day, get our ballot, and vote for whatever Republican or Democrat or independent we want to vote for.
That's right.
This simply affects the party nominating process for however many parties we have in the state, how they choose their team for the November election.
That's right.
That is all this is doing. So you still have the choice to pick your candidate, your nominee for the party, and then in the general election, you can go vote for whatever team you want to vote for. So I just want to make that clear. And we've heard about, well, this is going to prevent independents from voting in primaries. I'm sorry, I don't know if independents should be voting in primary. They're independent. They're in the middle. They're centrist, which is fair. I know there's a lot of districts in our state that are like that, and my district's not one of those. I come from a very conservative area, and I respect independents. They should have their voice heard too.
Right.
I just don't know why they should have their voice heard when picking party nominees if they're not willing to be part of a party.
Right.
They can pick their
If
candidate.
they want to, they can.
And they can. There's nothing stopping. And if they
That's
want to
right.
flip every 2 years, I've seen nothing in this piece of legislation that would stop them from voting in primaries or flipping parties every 2 years if they wanted to.
That's right.
Well, I think this just puts some guardrails in place to protect primary elections, but still 100% gives people the ability to vote for their candidate of choice in November general election, which is the true election for the people to pick their
That's right.
representative.
And I would also reiterate the fact that you're not just picking party nominees in terms of a party primary, but you're also picking oftentimes local and state executive committee members who set the direction of those particular parties.
That's true. Now, on a sidebar, I don't think those should be elected anyway, but that's another debate for another day. But I just want to, I've heard look, it's been valid debate on both sides of this argument. I give it to everybody that's come up here, but I just think some of the fears have been a little overblown. That's just not how I interpreted the bill, and that's why I wanted to come ask you those questions today. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have been listening very intensely to these discussions, and I think I understand that this bill is just to make sure that party members vote party tickets. That's what you're saying?
No, ma'am. The purpose of this is so that the process for how parties pick their nominees has structural integrity between the people who are want to be in the party and their nominees from that party for the general election. It's not trying to force a person to do one thing or another.
You know, when it comes to voting, it's a little different for different people. as a young white man, you have never been told that you couldn't vote any way you want to vote. There are others who have been told they couldn't vote. And when you got the right to vote, it was the most precious thing you had. I tell everybody, the vote is the biggest lobbyist that we have.
Sure.
Because we get a chance to express it. And voting is very, very precious to me. I started in this voting race before I was able to vote. I was 16 years old. And what we were done, we had the right as black folks to go and vote. And as that result, we had to do a whole lot to get registered and to vote. There were times we had to take tests and tell how many beans or marbles was in a jar before we could vote. But that changed. And I remember I was going around and getting people registered to vote. And I had this man, and he said that he wanted to vote, but he said, I can't read, I can't write, so I know I'll never vote. I made that change. I carried that man to register. The lady who greeted me at the door knew him in the office, and she told me, well, he can't vote. He can't register. I said, yes, he can. He has a right to. What I did that day, and I will never forget this, I told that man, I said, mark an X. He marked an X, and I signed his name, and he became a registered voter at that time. So it's very precious to me, the value of having the vote and deciding where you want to vote. Right now, I'm in an election that I know I have Republicans in my district, but I also know that this position is very important locally. So my whole campaign now in my district is asking my Republicans, because it seems as though we don't have no question as who's going to be the governor. So I feel as though it's more important to them to make sure that their local person is more solid than worrying about voting for a governor. So I am honestly asking my Republican voters in this primary to vote Democrat so they can vote for me. But what you're saying in your bill, because they're Republicans, they're going to have to declare that they're Democrats before they can vote for me. I really don't think that's fair. I think we are going a little too far in a person's personal decision as to how they can vote. And that's why, whatever reason, I think, this could help Democrat Party, it could help the Republican Party, but I think, again, we're really overstepping because we're making people have to make decisions, well, not in this election, but in the one coming up, as to you got to declare before you can vote. And I think maybe in the urban communities, that might be what they need. But in rural, small communities, a person should have a right to do whatever they want to whenever they go to the polls and vote, and not to make a decision. So again, it's just, and I would hate it for you, because I guarantee that there are going to be some Republicans that's not going to like this and might decide, well, okay, if they're going to want me to tell everything they want, I'm going to go to Democrat this time, and we're going to welcome them over there. Because it's just, everybody is not alike. Everybody don't think the way political people think. A lot of people got a lot of good common sense, and with common sense comes wisdom. And with wisdom, it tells you how to really make a solid decision. And so with this, I just feel as though it's going a little overboard. I really believe that it's taking the right of a person to vote away, because you're basically dictating to a person how they got to vote. And I don't think that's what voting is about. I really think that voting is a choice. And everybody has a choice. And this, I just feel as though it's taking away that personal choice that a person has. I know it's going to pass. I know it's going to go places. But I'm just hoping the Republicans got a supermajority. You know, I'm just wondering how is this going to really affect as we move along, who and going to be in charge in the future. Thank you.
Here, thanks to the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, resident of England.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Man, this has been a day. Let me tell you something. I said this in committee, and I said this in committee, and I'm gonna say it again, man. Whew. It took Democrats over 100 years to do what you're doing in light speed in 20. You know, there's one thing, and I said it, I'm gonna keep saying it. The rest of the state of Alabama, this is not a state of Alabama problem, okay? We didn't ask for this. We're not even involved in this. This is a Republican Party problem. Y'all are trying to use the primary process to whittle down who's eligible so you can choose between the folks that want to be Republicans and the folks that are dedicated to Donald Trump. That is the whole process. And what you're going to end up doing is that you're going to encourage these lazy politics because we're going to be able to tell who's a Republican and who's not. And you're going to be able to take a small percentage of the Republican Party and choose a candidate for everybody to vote for in November. And I'm supposed to, really what I'm supposed to do is take a big old bucket of popcorn and just eat it and watch the show. Because you're going to take a candidate that was only picked by a few people and put them in areas in like Huntsville and Birmingham and Lee County and so forth. And you're going to put somebody that is so far right and so disconnected from the general population in those areas that you're likely going to lead to a Democrat being elected. Now, I just want to ask, I mean, it's like y'all don't want to be in a supermajority. I don't get it. But one thing that happens when people get so much power, they think they can do anything they want without having to be accountable to anybody else. But one thing that the voting process does is it eventually figures it out and it holds you accountable. Also, they can find out if I'm registered to vote, right? That's public record, correct? Right. Will they also be able to go online and find out what party I'm registered to?
As it stands right now, I know they can see which primary people vote in.
No, primary is different.
Right.
Primary is different. Because you can also see that a person has voted in one primary in 1 year, voted in another primary in another year, and you can't go online and find out in July and June and whatever what party I'm registered to. So can you go onto the Secretary of State's, if your law passes, if this bill passes, will you be able to go onto the Secretary of State's website and find out what party I'm registered to?
It would be part of the voter roll. Of the voter
Right. So
registration
yes,
data.
the answer to that question is yes. So you're automatically eliminating people who work in positions that cannot be party affiliated. They can't participate in your primary. So even if they wanted to be Republicans and vote, because they go in there and ask for a ballot in that particular election cycle, they become a Republican for the purposes of that election. But I can't assume that they're a Republican all the time. Well, when you register on a party line, you're a Republican 24/7, 365 days a year, you've eliminated people from the process who cannot be registered to a party to participate in your election. They won't be able to participate in your primary, which I think, again, the goal is to disenfranchise people who don't agree with you 100%. And listen, you could just as easily take this bill and call it the litmus test bill and eliminate Republicans that you don't think agree with you 100%. But that's not how the process is supposed to work, right? The quality of my ideas, the arguments I make, are supposed to convince you, not the fact that I'm in a particular political party.
Sure.
But this requires you, before you can even go to the polls, to tell a team before you pick a candidate. It's just a backwards policy. And again, it's going to continue to alienate more people in the state of Alabama from your party. And again, I'm supposed to just sit back and watch. But unfortunately, the right to vote is very important to me as it is to a lot of people. And I remember that a gentleman came to the committee who said he was an independent and said he had voted for both Republicans and Democrats, was in the military, and said eloquently that your bill disenfranchises him. Because for whatever reason, you want to pick the candidate that he gets to vote for, and he can't participate in the process to pick that candidate unless he picks your team first. It's backwards. It doesn't work. But here's another thing, too. This encourages the most ridiculous, lazy form of politics you could ever imagine. But if you're a political operative, this is a gold mine for you. Because guess what? Now I got a whole list of people that I don't even have to talk to anymore, because I know what party they're a part of. So what you're going to do is encourage people to not talk to people that they don't agree with. I think Representative Fincher pointed it out very eloquently as well. It will discourage political discourse, debate. Because again, one thing that we monetize in this system, and we got a bunch of grifters around the process, and you know them well, but what they need to be able to do is to identify voters as quickly as possible so they can get the most bang for their buck and only talk to the people that they know are going to listen to them. And that's part of our political problem as it is right now. So I don't ever want to contribute to a process that discourages debate, that discourages people from either side of the aisle from talking to each other and trying to convince you with our ideas, our legislation, our public policy, and our platforms. Because right now, the only thing this does is tell me what party you're in and who you pledge your allegiance to. And it's quite unfortunate because the rest of the state of Alabama does not want to be involved in this process. What they want to be able to do is, when election season comes every 2 years, is vet each candidate. And then after they vet each candidate, then they determine what party they're in, and then they figure out how to go vote for them. What you're going to tell them is, hey, you got to pick my team first. And if you wait within 60 days, you can't vote. I'm going to turn you away. I'm going to tell you, because you hadn't picked a political party, you can't vote. Again, hey, I got elected in 2006, and when I walked into this building, there was a Democratic super majority, right? But what I realized when I got here in 2006, that all of the bad decisions that were made based upon abuses of power that were just assumed because we were in charge, we were getting ready to have the ultimate reckoning in 2010, and went from a supermajority to a super minority in one night. One night. And do you know what caused all that? The arrogance associated with a supermajority. Because you know what they thought? They thought that they could do whatever they wanted to do. Ignore their voters and start passing things, not because the people wanted them, but because they thought that we in Montgomery wanted them. And you were going to just have to deal with what we decided was best for you. It flips the whole process upside down. And what your legislation is doing is flipping the entire process upside down. And the only reason you're doing it is because you got a supermajority and you can and you feel like you can get away with it, which is fine. But what took us 100 years, 140 years, 136 is going to take y'all 20. You're going to wake up one morning and realize all this power that I thought I had and the power that I abused and the ability to walk over Alabamians and their voice and their vote, because they don't have the numbers to hold us accountable. But one day, you're going to walk in this building just like I did, and it's going to be completely different, and there are going to be different people in charge, and you're only going to have yourself to blame for it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
You're a pretty conservative fellow, aren't you?
I think so.
Did you vote for Roy Moore or Luther Strange?
What does that have to do with
What?
what does that have to do with the bill?
I'm just trying to figure out, did you vote for the most conservative Republican or the other one? You can give me an answer.
I voted for Roy Moore.
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Mr. England. I watched the Democrats do this to themselves. Their arrogance, they decided they were hand-picking candidates for the legislature. Exactly what happened to you last week when they threw your opponent off the ballot because you were paying the right person who was sitting on that committee. When we start hand-picking people and telling the voters you're not smart enough to make a decision, we're going to make it for you, that's arrogance beyond all comprehension. I've never met the man. I don't know who he is. This is being driven by a man that keeps running for the legislature and losing. So he's trying to change the Republican process because he can't get elected. You will drive this party into the dirt with this bill. You understand that. If you don't believe me, did you ever meet Guy Hunt before he was elected governor?
You know I didn't.
I met him. He walked out of Sonny Callahan's office one day, and I looked at him and went, who in the world is that? I walked into Congressman's office, and he looked at me and goes, that's some fool named Guy Hunt, thinks he's going to be governor. He said he's illiterate. When Guy got the Republican nomination, the Republicans went to him and said, man, you can't represent us. You need to step down. And he wouldn't do it. They took Guy Hunt to Georgia. For 6 weeks, he disappeared from the state of Alabama. They remade that man. They taught him how to speak because you couldn't understand him. When he spoke to you, you didn't know what he was saying. His hair, they changed his hair. They taught him how to use a fork and a knife. They taught him how to tie a tie. They made him into a candidate because the Democrats had screwed up so bad, they retaliated against the Democratic Party and they elected Guy Hunt governor. And you don't think that won't happen? Have you looked at the numbers in Gary Palmer's district? It's a purple district. He's going to be on the ballot. When you start implementing this, you're not good enough to vote in the Republican. You don't think you're going to drive the independent voters against the incumbent Republican? I bet you Gary Palmer's not very happy about this bill. You want Gary Palmer to lose? He's one of our most conservative.
No, I don't want him to lose.
Well, you're going to drive the independent voters against Gary Palmer. You realize that. They will retaliate against us for doing this to them. Because I remember the Republicans always used to brag, we have an open tent. We want people to come to our party. We want to hear diverse comments. We want people who think for themselves to be Republicans. And the Democrats are like, no, we want to close ours. And we railed on them about trying to close their primary because we bragged about having an open primary. And now the Republicans want to close theirs down. And we don't want diverse thought. We want everybody lockstep walking in the most conservative, hardcore right you can get. I've got members in here. I was chairman of reapportionment. And you're going to lose some of your members in here. You push this bill. We got some people in some purple districts, Gary Palmer being one of them. And those purple districts are going to go against the Republican Party, and they're going to send Democrats down here, and they'll probably send another Democrat to the United States Congress from the state of Alabama. I hope y'all understand what this means to the party. The party is asking us to commit suicide. You know, in 1998, I was the minority leader. And I wrote the plan. Billy Canary and I wrote the plan. We recruited candidates all over the state of Alabama. We raised the money. We did the polling data. We did the direct mail. We did the opposition research. We did everything. The Republican Party did zilch, nothing to help us. They didn't give us money. They would not help us. They sat on their hands, and we were fighting to get enough Republicans in this chamber just to block a BIR vote. That's all we wanted. Build a block of BIR so we could get a fair shake in redistricting. And they did nothing. And now we're doing the same thing. You don't think it only takes 9 seats difference in here, and they're going to have enough to block the BIR. Think about that. If the Democrats pick up a couple more seats, they'll be able to stop every bill in its tracks on the BIR vote. And you're going to hand them that. You're going to hand them some of our good districts. I'm looking at one right now that I'm terribly worried about getting beat. So you can do that. But I've got an amendment. And this is very simple.
Clerk, see the amendment.
This just takes the absentee ballot managers out of this election. That says they don't have to register party affiliation because there's not enough time. Somebody walks in the last week unaffiliated, they're not going to do it. They're going to let them. It's too complicated, and I don't want to put our absentee ballot managers in the position of denying people or accepting people based on their party affiliation registration.
You've heard the gentleman's explanation of his amendment. How does the sponsor see the amendment?
Can I see the amendment, please?
And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you this amendment. I asked LSA to find, and the problem is the bill does not address this at all. So I'm trying to make it clear that the absentee ballot managers are not responsible this election for doing the voter registration because it can be way too close to the election. So I'm just trying to protect them so they don't have to deal with something they're not equipped or capable of dealing with.
I think it's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor receives it as a friendly amendment. If you are for the amendment, your vote will be aye. If you are opposed to the amendment, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 93 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Yarborough.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Resident Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yelled, before I even get started, I want to say ditto and amen to the comment from the speaker prior to my being able to speak because he was very candid and honest as an individual that was here during that time. Arrogance is something else. You understand that? It is that type of arrogance that creates the problem. But I'm not here. My statement is that I think and that I see that big tent that you have, are we looking to decrease it? And also, are you looking at how this limits voting, the process by which you're using? I like the amendment that was added because it does give those absentee managers an opportunity to opt out. The other thing would you agree with me that this forces labeling, that you're either, you got to be one or the other?
I mean, again, which primary you choose to vote in is already a matter of public record.
Right, but I'm saying, but this particular bill makes it, then what are we trying to do?
You would be registered, yeah, I mean, you would be registering with a party, in order to vote in that party's
Right, so
primary.
that means you would have a label. You're labeled as a Democrat or you're labeled as a Republican.
Based on which party you choose to vote in, yes, ma'am.
Right. What do you see the barriers? In my mind, I said creates unnecessary barriers. What did you see or feel why it does not?
Why it doesn't create a barrier?
Right.
Because it gives people there's all kinds of, it gives the people the right to choose. You can go in and choose the ballot, your first primary, and then in the future, all you have to do is change online or in person. There's a lot of things that we do in our state that people, they have to do something in the context of a choice. If I choose to drive in one lane, I choose not to drive in the other lane, but that choice that I have to make, I don't view that as a lack of freedom.
Okay, so we're adding steps though to the process of recognizing whether or not you're a Democrat or a Republican. We're adding steps to that, right? One, what's the first step?
Well, there's 3 ways to register.
Right.
Right. One is you just go get a ballot and vote. Right. That's one. Number 2, you can do it online, or 3, in person.
And so, from my perspective, when I think of the 3 steps, one, you register, then you create an affiliation with a particular party, and then there are certain deadlines, et cetera, that you have to meet. And you indicated, I think there were 60 days, the last day, if I read the bill correctly,
60 days before the primary through the corresponding general. Yes, ma'am.
the cutoff period. Okay.
Because at 55 days, the probate judge is required to deliver the data to the absentee election manager.
Is the rationale, in addition to all of the things that we've heard today, is that rationale or the reason because of crossover voting?
I think that when you voter integrity, meaning the integrity of the system, so that when you vote in a primary, you expect that the nominees for that primary reflect the party platform, and the party, of course, can go bigger tent or whatever the party desires to do to capture the voters, right? So all it does is it's lining up the structural integrity. I think a little bit more between the choice of the nominees by whoever wants to vote in the Republican or Democrat primary, and who's representing the party in the general election in the fall.
So so the ultimate goal is to make sure that those individuals who are voting either going to be voting as a Democrat or they're voting as a Republican, depending on which party that they are affiliated with.
Right, they'll choose their party affiliation or registration by that first ballot that they pick, and then that is your members of the party picking their party's nominee.
Can you give me some examples from your perspective in terms of why you think this is absolutely necessary? Why you're getting or feel the need for this?
Well, like I said before, I think that whenever you have a direct connection between the people in a particular political party who are choosing their nominee and the nominee, the more that is lined up, I think it creates voter integrity for the voters to know what they're choosing from based on whatever that party, their platform, their beliefs, their convictions that they advertise out there to the voters. That it's what it represents or means to be a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or whatever the party might be.
So, and from the perspective that I look at it, I look at it that it reduces the accountability in some ways because you now have what we call closed primaries if we do this, follow your bill that you have.
Right. It would be a closed primary, meaning members of the party, either by choosing a ballot or another way to register, would be a member of the party and would be voting in the primary.
And I think
doesn't affect the general at all.
But what seems to be everything that I read about closed primaries, one of the things that was a characteristic that was used was the extreme candidates or individuals that are probably not more cohesive or middle of the road type candidates. Is that what you're looking for? Are you looking for the extreme in candidates? and feel that that would be evident by having a closed primary?
I think that when you have clarity of platform messages and clarity of people who represent the party, you have voter integrity, meaning you have clarity of choice as to which path you want to go as a voter.
So the voter integrity is important as opposed to the candidate. I guess when you think about voting and you're looking at voter integrity, it appears that you're limiting the vote by deciding that we have two parties to do that. And so that for that individual that does not want to register with either party, that individual is going to be challenged because you limit that opportunity, because there is no opportunity for any other, just the two parties that you've talked about.
Well, the bill doesn't limit to the number of parties. I mean, forming your own political party is there's a process to go about doing that. So it's just to political parties in general.
And so as we move forward, there was some comments that were made that I thought were kind of extreme, and I think the last speaker pretty much addressed them, so I won't go into that. But there was one that dealt with what was called a structural agenda, one of the comments, and I wanted to know, do you have any idea what they were referring to?
Come again?
Someone made the comment, something about it helps us to have a structural agenda. What does that mean? I didn't make the note of who made that comment.
I think the context of that was just that, that the party, whatever that party is, has a structure, an identity of what they believe, what they stand for, how they as it were make a pitch to the voter. Hey, this is what we believe, and the structure of how that is built out. That there is, I guess, an agenda there, or there's maybe that's the wrong word. I don't know if I use that word, but
it wasn't you. I just didn't.
Somebody else. It was,
yeah.
What I view from that is that political parties have structure, right? They have a message, they have a platform that they share to the voter, right? And then that's where the competition happens, as it were, in terms of in the context of the party messaging and the individuals who want to be a part of that, whether it's for voting or running as a member of office for that party. I think that structural integrity of what a party may stand for, those who vote and those who run, that's all kind of part of the same ecosystem, as it were.
I hear. So there was another comment that was made that we can get a lot more done with the supermajority. And so that just kind of registered me. So that means if that is the case, those of us that are in the minority, we don't even need to show up. You want to have, if that is the feeling and that is the reason for doing this.
Well,
and I think
that's not my opinion.
No.
Right.
Remember, I said these are two comments that were made that I made note of, but I didn't indicate who said them. But it does concern me that the idea is that as long as we have the
Lady's time has
supermajority,
expired.
we're going to be just fine. Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Here recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I won't be here the whole 10 minutes. I just want to say a couple of things. Listening to the debate this morning, this goes a little beyond just voting and being led by a people being so far away from reality that we're going to have a cult-like spirit. Either you do what we say or you're not a part of us. That's not democracy. Now, I want to allude to what Pro Tempore said back in the day when the Democrats was in the supermajority. But see, the division was white and black. The white Democrats and the black Democrats, and that divided the whole Democrats. I asked the Speaker, why are there such a thing, black and white Democrats? Aren't we all Democrats? But that was the arrogance of that. I'm still here. They gone. I'm still a Democrat. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is just it alludes to me several quotes that I picked up on. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moment of controversy and comfort, but where he stands in the time of challenge and controversy. Not the glamour of bad people, but the silence of your good friends. See, we're here now because we want to control. We want to be in charge of everything, even here, who we elect to be over the House and over the Rules Committee and over the other. If they don't come our way, we're going to not have them. Another quote. There comes a time in one's life that we must hold a position, neither to be safe in what we are doing, or not to be politically correct in what we're doing, nor to be popular, but to take the higher ground to be right in what we are doing. And if we're not right, what we're doing is worthless. And then my final quote is, nothing is, from Dr. King, nothing is in this whole world is more dangerous than self-centered ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And we're heading down that road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Request for the body is passage of HB 541. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 63 ayes, 35 nays. HB 541 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you,
Thank
body.
the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 354 with substitute by Representative Robbins relating to the Department of Workforce.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is a bill that creates a talent recruitment program to the state of Alabama, and it'll be operated by the Department of Workforce. With that, I move for the BIR.
Ask questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
And I have a substitute. The amendment that was brought in committee was a one amendment that we just didn't have the word county. We needed to add the word county. And something worked out with Representative Drummond to prevent the dislocation of people from their communities. With that, I move for passage of the substitute.
That is question pass the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
With that, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I missed what you were saying. It was a little noisy with regards to the PRR. What, give me your, hold on a minute. Tell me what this is doing. I missed.
It creates a grant. This creates the framework for a grant program that would be operated through the Department of Workforce. It would allow communities that want to be involved. What they would do is allow the talent recruitment, so from out-of-state talent to move into their community and then pump money into their economy. So what it would do is say, if you, City of Birmingham, wanted to create a grant program that would incentivize the recruitment of people, we've been very successful with recruitment of industry, and this is now just targeting it towards individuals, whether they be remote workers or whether they be recent college graduates, but try to bring those people into our communities.
Okay, I don't well, let me just say, so this is So I guess I'm just trying to get to who's doing the recruitment? Is that the department, our labor department?
No, it would
The-
be the community itself. Each community that chose to be part of the grant program would apply. They'd have to meet
And they
certain
would
requirements.
apply, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So they are applying for this grant through which department?
The Department of Workforce.
The workforce, Department of Workforce. And then there will be I'm assuming, is there going to be a distribution of grants from each county or each workforce development office?
No, it wouldn't be broken down by workforce region or anything. The way it would just be across the board. They would vet the applications based upon certain criteria as what would be the
So-
return on the
So
investment.
a county may or may not receive one. So
Right, a county may or may not receive one. And it could be a city, it could be a county, it could be an economic development organization. All of those could apply. And it could even be, a multi, municipal county.
but not an individual.
Not an individual. The individual might receive a grant from that community. However, that community chooses to set up their program. Right now, we have some in the state now, in the Shoals area and in Decatur that do something similar. And so what you could do is, if you were a city, you could then say, hey, we will help you with your student loans, or we'll give you money or give you some other incentive.
So for instance, I represent Adamsville, I represent Graysville, Fultondale, Mulga, and Brookside. So could those smaller cities apply for this grant?
Yes, they could. They would need to create a program to recruit individuals into their community from out of state. And then they'd have to meet certain criteria. That criteria is they'd have to show what the return on the investment would be, what the estimated cost of the plan would be, how many people they assume would move into the community, and they'd have to show that they weren't going to dislocate any current residents. And
So
after
give
that,
me
they would-
give me an and I'm really just trying to get some understanding. I'm just trying to be knowledgeable of this, since we're looking at recruiting. So would it be particular jobs that we're recruiting for, or what?
Well, that's kind of the beauty of this program, that each community can decide what they want to do. Like, for instance, in Alabama right now, Decatur does it, and they're focused more on recent college graduates. The
Is this
Shoals,
for but it's recent college graduates from other schools or from Alabama?
well, this program, you would
But
have to
this
move,
speaks to
you would have
out
to
of
move,
state.
right, you'd have to move from out of state. And so, because that would bring new tax revenue to our state, new consumers. We currently have we have more open jobs than we have individuals, so this could help fill that gap. But for instance, like the Shoals area, they're focused on remote workers, so people that could work anywhere. So they're focused on how do we recruit those individuals into our community. So you could set it up any community however they want to.
I guess, and I see what you're saying, but my thing is, even with doing this, even though you said it does X, Y, and Z, and I have no problem with it, we're going out of state to recruit talent, but also if we're going to pay those people to receive a benefit or employment or whatever, my question is, what are we doing to recruit talent right here? Because if you're employing somebody, that person is already here. You're not necessarily growing the base as it relates to monies. You're bringing in one other person or people in, but at the end of the day, you still are going to be paying them. And most of these jobs will probably be more higher end jobs or more factory jobs or something to that extent. So my question is, what are we doing to recruit? And we have an excellent workforce development program in Jefferson County. But what are we doing to recruit people in the state for these jobs? That's a question that I'm asked all of the time. So I would like to know what we're doing to recruit the people here. And are there incentive programs that are built for the purpose of that level of promotion to get the people jobs? Because we have a heck of a lot of people in the state of Alabama who don't have jobs at the end of the day. So we can recruit, and this is fine. But my thing is, what are we doing with the talent pool that we have here in the state? And no one can really ever seem to answer that question. You know, I get flyers in the mail, and I'm seeing all of these things, these flyers in the mail, and even from folks that are running from for office, and they're posting these AI pictures, and they're talking about workforce development. They're talking about this, and you know, like I said, in Jefferson County, we have one of the strongest workforce developments programs in the state of Alabama. But I never really get to the work pool and talent pool that we have in the state. We passed some legislation out last year, and I'm saying, but it was for the recruitment of folks from other states. While we have so many people, our educators, our nurses, healthcare providers, researchers that are leaving our state to go to other states because they pay more money. They pay more money. And so that pay becomes more lucrative. So I'm always concerned when I see a piece of legislation that speaks to recruiting, talent pool, to bring people in. But when I'm sitting down with corporate leaders, they're speaking of how they are so short-staffed, especially our hospital systems, that they are so short-staffed that they can't keep nurses. They can barely keep doctors. When we met just a few weeks ago with the CEO of Baptist Health, that's one of the things he talked about. So he said the reason they are reshaping the Baptist system is because they finally moved from a $7.25 minimum wage in Jefferson County for their employees to $15. And I said to him, but a few years ago, we brought a bill for Jefferson County to increase the minimum wage to $15. And my colleague in here, as well as the one up in the House, was one of the main folks that fought it. But yet we have a system in our hospitals that's not even working because we're not paying people. And we're not focusing in on the recruitment pool that we have here to try to keep Alabamians working. So I just wanted to just come and say that because, like I said, once you peel the onion, you cut through all of the fluff and, you know, all this stuff. And, you know, like I said, forget, you know, even with the special interest, like the reality is, come on. The interest is special only because you're the special interest and it's special to you and your base. But what about the poor? What about the people here who need jobs? What about the people we're not paying a decent salary?
I think this benefits them, the rising tide.
No,
lifts
it
all
doesn't because
boats.
you're going to bring people in. This is for outside people, not for inside people. So there's a
Lady's
difference.
time is expired.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Representative Roberts, you mentioned the Shoals program that we had up there. We've allowed that to expire. That program, it worked okay post-COVID when people were working at home, but now that folks have returned to working in person, we didn't want to incentivize people to stay home necessarily, and so we've changed that. So could you tell me what your bill does differently than the Shoals? I'm familiar with that one, of course.
Well, the Shoals was focused solely on remote work. And that's what I was just trying to give an example of. Each community could choose what they want to do. Like right now, Decatur is focused on recent college graduates. And I just use that as an example to say you could do this, you could do that, or you could come up with a different model. So what it does differently is it's not narrowly focused just on remote work. If it chooses to do that, then a community says, hey, this is where we're going to be able to solve this problem. But like I see in my community, what Representative Cavan said, we've got a shortage in nurses and we've got a shortage in the medical field at our local hospital. and we have an incubator that's being built. And I can see us being able to tap into, hey, if you are an entrepreneur from another state, we'll help incentivize you here and through the entrepreneurial center, or if you're in the medical field. And so that's where I envision if we were
The
to be
local
part-
folks will make the decision on who is recruited.
Right.
Okay.
The local folks will set the parameters on what they're actually looking and how they want to do it. So each one will create their own program. It could be anything where, like I was saying, all totally different because each community is different. And so that's what it would be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the by now's passage of HB 354. Clerk will unlock the machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 91 ayes, 0 nays. HB 354 substitute is passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank
Thanks
you.
the
Bobby.
gentleman. Clerk call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 444 with substitute by Representative Brown relating to seafood.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 444. This is just an update to the seafood labeling bill that we passed 2 years ago. In that time frame, we've been able to see what needs to be improved in that legislation. So what this does, it provides the Department of Agriculture to go in and test seafood for the first time, requires domestic or wild-caught seafood to be listed on the menu inserts. And it also has a provision there to protect restaurants that unknowingly violate the law based upon the word of the suppliers. Requires that the names of the violators be published quarterly by the Department of Public Health. And also provides for collective fines to go towards program operations. I hear the public calling me, Mr. Speaker. I have a substitute as well.
Let's get the BR right here.
Yeah, let's get the BR. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
There you go. I got all confused by the chant of vote. So
Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Looks like everybody likes seafood.
everybody loves seafood. Bottle battery seafood.
104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Had the sub. And what we did in the sub was we just changed 2 lines that provided the original bill had the state health officer investigate, verify complaints, and we just changed it to his designee. And that's basically it, so that he wouldn't be getting calls at home or anything.
You heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 444. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay. HB 444 substitute has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thank
members.
gentlemen. Clerk call next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, House Bill number 395 by Representative Witt relating to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board.
Representative Witt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this legislation deals with current surcharges being charged by the ABC to all wholesale lots where they are purchased by credit card. Back in July, the ABC inducted a new charge rule internally that it's a rate of 2.05% if you choose to use a credit card. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I just had a couple of questions about this bill.
I've had some people reach out about it. My understanding is what this bill does is it locks the rate that ABC can charge as $16.99 plus freight costs, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I think the problem that's occurred through this is as we've advanced in society and in the banking industry, as you're aware, more people are using credit cards to pay. And so if there are credit card fees that come out of if the ABC is not allowed to collect the credit card fees to raise the rates for credit card fees, then that is money that ABC is not recovering because they're locked into this rate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what you're trying to prevent is
Yeah,
ABC
so-
can't have the credit card fees.
Yeah, by statute, they are currently capped at 16.99%.
Mhm.
They arbitrarily decided to raise their 2% all to our wholesalers
Mhm.
across the state. These are the mom and pops that are all across our counties and things of that nature. So if you go to ABC, which we must buy our liquor from the ABC, so
Mhm.
they're already locked in with their competition, right?
Right.
So they're going to the ABC store, purchasing it on a credit card, and the ABC is tacking on 2% if you use a credit card. But however, where the problem lies is they've decided to not only just tax the wholesaler, that's the only one they want to tax. So you go to an ABC store, they're not using the 2% fee for their consumers. So they get a double, I guess, benefit. They're selling the liquor, and then they're charging cheaper than anybody else in these mom and pops, and they're the ones that's struggling. And I'm worried about mom and pop stores across the state making money more than I am at ABC.
Well, I get that, but reports that I'm showing indicates that this may cost the general fund about $2 million a year.
Yeah. So I think you have some information may not be accurate.
I mean, that's what I've got, and I'm reading it in front of me. If you tell me that there's
So I've got a
I
physical
got that,
note.
the fiscal note on that. But I mean, if ABC,
So the physical note says
Well, hold on,
the bill
hold on,
does
Mr.
not
Chairman.
directly affect state
hold on,
or
Mr.
local
Chairman,
funding.
if you don't mind, just hold on just a
Be
second.
glad to.
All right. So what we have is if the ABC board is having to collect, is not allowed to charge for credit card cost, then that credit card company that requires a credit card cost, that money is coming from somewhere, correct?
That's correct.
So
And
it would come out of
ABC
ABC
that's
board's
right.
version of it.
That's right.
So it would come out of the ABC board's version of it. So if the ABC board has to pay more, they would be contributing less to the general fund, correct?
That is not correct.
You're going to have to explain economics to me better than that, because if they have to pay more because of the credit card fees, how does that fee not mean that they'll have more for the general fund?
Because these fees that they're charging just came effect in July. Okay? That's what I'm telling you, is that these are internal rules that came about in July, and it's about $1.7 million, to my understanding, that they have collected on the fees. So this would affect ABC, but not necessarily the general fund. And I'm just going by what the physical note tells me. I know ABC is putting out some stuff.
ABC is
today.
putting out some stuff, and that's where
again,
I'm
I
getting
am-
this.
my-
But if they are not, I mean, it's just I don't have your banking brain, so please understand this. This
I
is just the lawyer in
I
me.
understand.
If ABC is not allowed to collect the credit card fees, those fees have to come from somewhere because they will not have that money.
Internally.
Okay, so if those fees come out of ABC, then that is money that we will not be receiving into the general fund.
Or it may be going to build a new warehouse or hire staff and other things that they're doing.
If they
Again,
have
this piece of
but
legislation.
hold
Okay,
on,
go ahead.
hold on. And again, I appreciate the effort,
Sure.
but I mean,
It's your 10 minutes. You can talk.
it is. Thank you for that. The point of what I'm trying to say is, if they have less money to come through here, then then that means that is less money they're contributing to the general fund. And if the credit card fees are decided by, let's say, their Visa, let's say whatever group charges a credit card fee, and they raise money to go up through credit card fees, then that is the money that ABC cannot collect, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so right now, if they're 2.03%, if they go to 2.2, 2.3%, ABC is not able to recover that money. That is more money that is coming out of the general fund based on the credit card fees.
Maybe they should recalculate the way they look at things at the ABC store. They are not charging this fee for the consumers at their shops. You follow me?
Yeah.
So as a consumer, if you go into an ABC store, you're not charged that 2% if you use your credit card.
That's right.
That's 50% of their business comes from in-sale stores.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so why would you want to pick on the mom and pops that are required to buy the alcohol from you, and then you charge them an additional 2%?
Because
mom
and pops would say they can charge that additional 2% to the consumer that they sell out of that store that they're selling from, correct?
Yeah, but again, ABC has the advantage. This is not an ABC bill.
According to ABC, it is.
It's not an ABC bill. They do not.
Wait, hold
like
on.
the
This
piece of
affects
legislation.
this affects what ABC can and can't charge. So how is this not an ABC bill?
Let me state this. ABC is not supportive of the bill.
I think that's
that's it. So
okay.
this.
So when you say it's not an ABC bill, you're not saying this doesn't affect ABC.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it doesn't affect ABC.
It affects ABC. It certainly does. But again, I'm not concerned about ABC making their profits, paying for warehouses and staff, and hiring whoever they want to. What I am concerned is about the wholesalers across the state that in July got a month's notice that their credit card fees were going up 2%, and that's how they operate their business. There's lean times. You know that on the beach.
100%.
People run their business with credit cards, and you drop a bomb on them like this. It's just, I thought it was simply.
I mean, but you see what you're saying is you're talking about dropping a bomb on them. If you're talking about businesses that operate on credit cards, you're dropping the bomb on ABC here by saying ABC can't charge for credit cards.
They've been doing it since July.
But this prohibits that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so just because they've been doing it from July doesn't mean that this bill doesn't change what they're doing and saying that they cannot collect that 2% that they would get on their credit card fees.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You got it, bud.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Leader Lee. Houston. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I've got you, Auburn fan, though, right?
Hey, I was paying attention.
Okay.
You're talking about dropping a bomb. You want to talk to you just a second. I happen to have it's not mine. Someone had called me this past week with a liquor store, mom and pop liquor store, been there 15 years. Never stepped foot in it, and they had to tell me where it was. I knew exactly where it was when they said. ABC, and we're all about private business. I think most of us. I believe that. But they're putting a new ABC store a quarter of a mile from it and looking for 2 more locations. That's not helping our businesses that have been there and established. We're putting a burden on them. That's another way that that's happening on top of the 2%. But this very well could put them out of business whenever it's a quarter of a mile. And I don't know what percentage lower, what, 30, 40, 50%, I have no idea, and looking for 2 more locations. But we've got to start looking at that very closely. Since we don't actually give them money and they're a producer, doesn't always mean that they make all of the decisions, because some of the decisions they're making is affecting our people. So that's my point.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
Leader, thank you.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman from Houston. Sure, recognize the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to come up. I've been getting a lot of calls and stuff on this ever since I've been in the legislature dealing with the ABC board and doing a deep dive and looking into it. I'm not too sure that the state should be in the liquor business anyway. It's pretty disadvantaged for our smaller businesses across the state that are having to purchase their liquor from the state, which is also selling it.
At an advantage.
At an advantage. And on top of that, probably the number one biggest complaint I get is the customer service that they get when they go to pick up their supplies from the state ABC board. Their customer service is terrible. They have no respect for their time. They let them send them away, tell them to come back 2 hours later to pick up their supplies and stuff, and then a lot of times they're not getting what they even ordered. So there's some issues there that I think we need to address and look at, and thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is passage of HB 395. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 82 ayes, 8 nays. HB 395 has passed.
All right, thank you. Yep, yep. Final passage.
Final
yes.
passage.
Thank you.
Thank you for the help, our hand.
Anytime in time,
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
That's
Glad to be
question.
a help.
Questions final passage of HB 395. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 76 ayes, 13 nays. HB 395. has
Members,
passed.
thank you. Thank y'all.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson for a moment of personal privilege.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I rise today. Members, if you all would, for just one moment. 5 years ago, a young lady, a student, was killed. A brutal killing took place of someone that I knew as well as many members in here. And from her killing, Representative Chip Brown went into action. And we passed Aniah's Law. That trial has been going on in the Macon County Circuit Court for the past 2 weeks. And just a few hours ago, we were informed that the jury had reached a verdict. And although we had hoped for a capital murder, we did get a conviction. This person will get life in prison without possibilities of parole. But I said to Representative Brown, and I asked him if you would come down for a moment. And I said to the speaker, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank him. It certainly is a difference when you know someone whose child has been killed, when you know someone's child has been brutally stripped away from its family, from the opportunity to have life. And I just want to stand here and say to you on behalf of us, I know that know Aniah's father and mother in Jefferson County. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for Aniah's Law and thank you for helping us get justice. And even to Steve Marshall's office, I want to thank the prosecutorial team and all of his people who worked on this case. It has not been an easy case, but I am certainly glad that we did not get a hung jury. And most importantly, I want to thank you for your efforts in passing Aniah's Law. And if the members would help me in this moment, just to say thank you. Yeah.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 79 of the calendar, House Bill number 586, with substitute by Representative Wilcox, relating to the Alabama Real Estate Commission.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor and privilege to present HB 586. I have a substitute. Can I speak on the substitute?
Let's get the BR first.
May I have a vote on the BIR?
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis, speaking on the BR. While she's making her way down here, we got some guests in the gallery. The Pell City Leadership. They are the guest of Chairman Hill, Chairman Wood, and Representative Lipscomb. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you guys for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentle lady to yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative, I've been in the real estate business 30 years. 30 years on the dot. And I'm a very, very active real estate broker. Very active. And this bill, I want to thank you for carrying this bill. And I know that the bill was motivated by the Alabama Real Estate Commission, which is to protect the realtors and the public. So when you get your real estate license, you have to take hours of class and you have to take the state exam. In order to be a real estate broker, you have to have years under your belt in order to be a real estate broker. And we have to have continuous education as well. So to have others that's in my field and realtors field on what we do, to not have to abide by the law, not have to have a license, not have to have continuous education is a disappointment to realtors. I was summoned yesterday. I spoke to hundreds of realtors on yesterday. And we had realtors up here today, which they went out for lunch, but they are watching. And they want to know who opposed this bill. Because this bill, it protects contracts, it protects our seniors. I had a transaction that happened one time. I had few, because there are wholesalers out here that do not have to be accountable for anything. Where it was two females, and they impersonate realtors as well, because he told the lady who was the home owner that he was a realtor, but he was not. He was a wholesaler who had made up a business and everything. And it was supposed to be a lease to purchase transaction. Well, he had the tenant slash purchaser to put down $7,500. The owner only saw $3,500. The tenant slash purchaser was paying $900 a month. The seller did not see any of that money. So it came about when the seller was getting ready to evict the tenant slash purchaser. I was called, and I spoke with both women. Well, come to find out, they went to school together. And the lady said, I have been paying my rent on time. Do you have your receipts? Yes, ma'am, I do. May I have them? Yes, ma'am. And that was how we was able to distinguish if she had been paying her monthly bills. But to say all this, it took a year and a half to clear this transaction up. And they are more like that, especially with seniors, when they lose loved ones. People go in and they take advantage of these people because they do not know what to do.
I have heard from a few of our members, I won't say many, but a few of our members that have personal stories of family members, parents, or uncles that have been taken advantage of through this process. I've heard from many realtors that they have been pleading for somebody to regulate this industry and to protect their profession from the people that are bad actors. So that's the reason why I brought this bill.
Absolutely. And they do not understand proper protocol. They do not understand the do not call list. They don't understand any of it. And then they always call a realtor to get them out of the hole or get them out of the mess. So that's why I cannot understand that there's any opposition to this bill when it's to protect the public, protect our seniors, and anybody else that's getting a bad deal, because it's a lot of it out here. And I just feel like if you want to be in my field, it is okay. Go to school, take the test, get some years under your belt, become a broker, whatever it takes for you to do it. So I'm really disgusted at some of the things that I've been hearing as far as opposition of this bill. You know, I have photos from yesterday and all of the realtors that I met with. So I'm not saying it just to be said, like some folks get up here and say, I did this, I did that. No, I was there. And we had a house full up here in this gallery today too. But I tell you what, every person in this chamber has thousands of realtors that's in their district, active realtors. And they will know the business of this bill, because this is something, again, I keep saying, to protect the public.
Well, I'd like to interject that I know that you were working on this very issue. And so, out of consideration for other interested parties, I've been having meetings this whole session trying to incorporate some of their needs and wants in this bill. And I've done that. Regardless of whether they fully participated in the meeting, I have tried to represent their ideas and their fears and concerns. But I'm here to protect the general public who's being taken advantage of. And so that's my motivation. I have tried very hard to educate the members. I sent out an email with some talking points. I sent out a text this morning. And I'm just trying to answer the questions. And I think that many of the members here, just on the merits of the bill and know how the people are getting taken advantage of, because of my age and my property ownership, I get called, I get these postcards in the mail. I had to change the setting on my phone so that I could conduct the state's business without being interrupted on an hourly basis by these brokers.
Yeah, and
Well, they're not really brokers, by these wholesalers.
Right, and I would ask my colleagues to let the Alabama Real Estate Commission do their job, because this is their job and this is what they are supposed to do, is to protect the public, protect the consumers that's out there, because it is a lot of dangerous stuff that's going. You know, people are getting their homes taken away from them and they do not have a clue that their title has been passed, that they, until they find out that they don't own the house, then they look for realtors to come and help them get out the hole. And we have to go, we don't want to say no because we see, you know, that it's wrong, the things that they've gone through, that is wrong. So, and we take that burden on us. And you may or you may not get paid for it. You know, I'm one of those, I sell, I don't care if you want a $2 house. I'm going to sell you a $2 house. I sell a house from $2 all the way up in the millions. And again, I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm a very active realtor out here. And again, if anybody have any questions pertaining to real estate, they can ask me, because I consider myself I am a master negotiator. And when it comes to this field, I don't think that there's not one person that can touch me. And that's just my feeling on how I feel, because I was reared in this business. I'm a legacy of this business. And I showed my first house when I was 9 years old.
Wow.
So I've been in the business a long time. And I was reared in this business. So I get it, and I know, let's not let this be a control thing. You know, realtors been wanting this for years. And it's time. And again, and I appreciate you for doing this. Thank you.
I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Actually, not just your support, your partnership in this.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes, sir.
I too want to come and thank you for this bill. I was licensed in the real estate industry in 1978. And I held it for a number of years and got into the insurance industry. And while in the insurance industry, I allowed my license to be on the they call it down on the wall, to hang on the wall at the Real Estate Commission. It took me a lot of studying and a lot of work to gain that real estate license. And I think you need to go through that process in order to be able to protect the public. And when we are circumventing that process, where education is important, in all of our professional services, people have to go through a process to make sure they are qualified to represent the industry that they are representing. And to allow someone to just come in and have the same opportunity as I have, having gone through the process, having gone through the continuing education, having done all of these things, and now they are coming in and able to do the same thing I can do.
Right. Realtors are held accountable
Yes.
by the Alabama Real Estate
Yes,
Commission.
and if we make a mistake, I've gotten a lot of my reports where realtors honestly have done some things that were a mistake, and they still had to pay a price for it. But now we are allowing people to actually we're allowing people not to be held accountable.
To date, we've not, but
Right.
hopefully by today, and then if we get this through the Senate, we will now protect our citizens and hold those people accountable that are trying to take advantage of them.
And I think that's a great move, and I'm fully in favor of this bill, and I'm fully in favor of us truly holding people accountable. Think about it. How many people honestly want to have a heart surgeon that hasn't, gone through all of the training to become a heart surgeon? How many people in here want to have a heart surgeon working on their heart if he hadn't gone through that training? Oh, I got somebody wanting to work on them? I wouldn't. And the public deserves somebody representing them that honestly understands all of the ups and the downs, because I remember the first house I sold, it took me, I don't know how long to get it sold, simply because I wasn't fully aware of operating within it, but I had a broker that kind of walked me through it. Other houses I've been able to show, and I've learned the process over the years. So I think it's very important that we maintain a level of first of all integrity by having people that are totally qualified, because we also open ourselves up for fraud. The individuals that are out here, they're being defrauded every day. I see some of these numbers coming up on my phone. Thank God my phone says scam. So
Right. Yeah.
I don't use those, but some people have gotten through. And the first thing they are trying to do is get personal information. And our older citizens, which I may be a part of the senior
I must be
citizen.
because they contact me regularly.
they-
I got gray
you know.
hair and I own property.
So they are not as guarded probably as a lot of our younger people and become victims of these scams. So I think this is a great step to help prevent some of that, and I really appreciate you bringing this legislation forward. Thank you
so
very much.
I appreciate your comments.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 90 ayes, 10 nays, BR is adopted.
May I speak on the substitute?
Wait 1 minute.
Yeah.
I've got some guests that's about to leave. I want to recognize him real quick. From Bayshore Christian School. And you are a guest of Representative Simpson, sitting on the front row up there. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you guys for being with us. Let me go ahead while we're got a break here at Leadership St. Clair County, St. Clair, and they are the guest of Representative Hill, Wood, Lipscomb, and DuBose. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us. Chairwoman Wilcox, I'll let you explain your sub.
Thank you. At the core, this bill is about protecting Alabama homeowners from predatory real estate wholesaling and deceptive practices. It increases transparency and accountability in residential real estate transactions. It ensures proper oversight where transactions function like financial investments.
Okay, you heard the lady's explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 91 ayes, 11 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for final passage.
And this question's final passage of HB 586 is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 82 ayes, 14 nays. HB 586 as substitute has passed.
Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 58 by Senator Orr relating to public corruption.
Chairman Reynolds, you're recognized.
Coming. He's coming.
Well, she talked fast, didn't she?
Either she is fast or you're slow. I don't know which one.
It could have been, sir. Could have been. Colleagues, this bill is about addressing the public officials that choose to compromise their positions and commit a felony offense while in public office. And it further sets the policy for required restitution from retirement benefits tied to that position. With that, I'll ask for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
On the surface, I think this is a great bill. I just want to understand it more before we vote on it.
Sure.
What committee did this bill go through?
You voted on it. It came through our committee.
Okay. So, all right. So let's talk about it a little bit. Public corruption convictions. Who exactly? What level of government are we talking about?
Well, it's any state position or a public position that is in a public retirement system, regardless of what level it is. And this can be twofold. You know, some people could commit a felony that actually steal money. They can also be investigated for wrongdoing in a public position, and they be placed on administrative leave with pay. And if they do that and they're later convicted, we still get to go back and compensate the state or local government for those that
For the
time that
losses.
they were off, right?
So, are these elected or appointed officials, or are these just people that's kind of risen through the ranks within their areas?
It could be all three. It could be elected, it could be appointed, and it could be a person that's come up through the ranks and got promoted, as long as they're in a public position.
Okay. So public position would mean any position that, I mean, I'm sure it's a definition of public position in here, but that would mean like any position that's paid with public funds.
That's right. Participating in a public retirement system.
So they will also have to be participating in the retired, like RSA or TSA or.
That's right. Only in an active position. This does not apply if you've already retired.
Okay. What made us come up with this legislation?
You know,
I'm
there's
sure it
been
was a
several-
good idea. It was some. I'm sure it was some great reason to do it.
Yes, sir. We've had several examples. Unfortunately, I was involved in one back in the 80s when I was in my first career, to where we had an official that stole money, and then he retired during the process, and we were unable to get restitution from him personally, but we had no means to go after his retirement. So that individual was able to pay like $25 a month for
Forever.
forever.
Basically. So when this happens, who would give the authority to be able to go after the person's retirement?
Who would give it?
Yeah, would that be like the attorney general? Like who would give?
Well, no, it'd be the judge of jurisdiction.
Okay.
It would be the judge that adjudicated that person to be a felony. He would then, as stated in the bill, would notify that whatever retirement system that might be, ERS, TRS, regardless.
Right. And the person would have to be then committed a felony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know,
Convicted of a felony.
Convicted.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right. Convicted. Restitution is always a very difficult thing. Our DA created a unit specifically to address this type of situation and to try to make sure that people pay, because I've seen where, you know, we see it with deadbeat dads, we see it with people that don't want to pay restitution, where they'll go in and say something like, you know, I don't work, or they have false, you know, check stubs and try to make it seem like they make a lot less money than what they actually make, so they can pay whatever the minimum would be, in some cases like $25. I'm reminded of a young lady in the early 2000s, Miss Mims, was shot. She was at a club scene, and a guy was shooting a bunch of people, and she got shot. And so she's been in a wheelchair since like 2000, and the gentleman is paying like $25 a month or something, or nothing, you know, saying when
Right.
he's claiming to not work. But on Facebook, he's taking extravagant trips and just doing these things. And I could just imagine how she feels, because she's contacted me before, and I connected her with the DA's office in Mobile, because when people are owed restitution, a lot of times if they are hurt or they've lost a loved one, they're still somewhat connected to the person that committed that crime. And, you know, whether they want to or not, they see this person living their lives, and their lives have totally changed. And so she's been witnessing this person ball out of control and paying $25 or nothing, or $30, you know, a month for restitution. But it looked like this would give some better teeth for something like that, and especially with people that we think, you know, they've been given the public trust. Like, these are public trust positions. Most of these positions, would these be positions that deal with some type of money? Like, what would be the type of positions that these people would hold? Like, if they're a public state employee, what would types of positions would this be?
The job classification of dealing with money was not part of this bill. So it could be a judge.
Okay.
It could be a police officer. It could be a firefighter. Anybody that's in a public position in a public retirement system, that's who it impacts.
Okay. And what level felony? Is it an A class? Any felony?
Yeah, a felony crime. Yep.
So we talk about like appointed positions. That would be like, for instance, cabinet level appointments, or would the governor's office be able to make additional appointments beyond like those cabinet level?
All of the above, yes, sir.
All of the above? And then what type of people, like how do you move up to be able to reach a certain level of authority that you would qualify for this if you made some type of violation? You know, we have, you know, people that come into positions, they're entry level type positions. What type of position, let's just say if it's within the police department, what type of positions are we talking about? Because you would have like the entry level people that wouldn't necessarily, I guess, be supervising or have access to certain things. How would that work in a system like that?
You know, that does not impact this bill. It's all classifications from the lowest classification to the highest.
Okay.
And then beyond that, being appointed or elected.
Okay. How does this bill, because I know it would help the general fund, I would think, because, you know, would make the person be responsible for the restitution. What type of benefit would the state get from this passing?
Well, I think we're just recouping the people's money, and we're doing that through the state of Alabama agencies.
Okay. Would the state receive anything from helping recoup?
Well, it may be the state is the victim. You know, if the state was paying them
Didn't
while they
think
were
about
off,
that.
then they would reimburse for that time off.
Okay. Now, if the state was able to help recoup the funding, would the state get like a percentage for getting involved?
No.
You know, you have some companies that do stuff like that. So no, this would just be kind of a good faith thing.
That's
On
right.
behalf of the states to just trying to right a wrong that's been.
Yeah, they don't get an administrative fee. No, sir.
Yeah, it would be nice. I'm sure some of these people probably wouldn't mind paying an administrative fee, especially knowing that they would probably not get anything if this legislation didn't pass. And of course, you always bring common sense legislation. When I first looked at it, I was like, okay, and then kind of started looking a little bit deeper into it. Then I thought about Miss Mims at home, people like that. And I know there's so many people that should have restitution that don't receive it or either receive the bare minimum because the person that actually committed the crime, it's kind of like they gaming the system. And, I don't know, the judges probably don't have a lot to work with besides what they have in front of them. Caseloads are heavy. They look at it, they go off of what a person say. If this is their tax return, this is their check stubs, this is what they say they make, this is their financial obligations, this is what they say they could afford to pay, then I guess sometimes, you just have to kind of go with it. But I think this is definitely a step in the right direction because it's almost like they had frozen assets that they felt like people couldn't touch.
That's right.
And now this puts us in a place to be able to be made whole. Do we have a lot of instances where the state can recoup? Do we have a lot of instances where the state can actually recoup?
Well, fortunately, I'd like to say we don't have a lot of incidents, but we do have them. Unfortunately, we have them in all the categories we talked about. It occurs. And when it does, and if they get to a position where they're 10 years or more so they could retire, then we can tap into those retirement benefits.
Okay. All right. Well, man, of course I supported this legislation in the committee. And I support it again here today. Just wanted to get a little bit more clarity on it. And I definitely appreciate the work that you do for our committee and making sure that we are always financially sound and standing on, good footing going forward. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you as well, sir.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman in Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
If I'm an employee for the state and I mishandle or stole, not me, let's say somebody else, stole some $20,000, right? But my retirement is $100,000. So is it just the money they took, or is it upon the judge's discretion on what that restitution should be?
Well, this has got to be adjudicated in court, right? So they'll have to prove the amount that the individual stole.
Yeah.
So it would be based on that amount. But remember, that employee also has to be eligible to retire.
Yes.
So
if they get eligible for retirement, but I got a $200,000 retirement, but I only took $50,000.
Yeah.
Do they take my whole retirement, or they just take the $50,000?
No, that's a good question, and we outlined that in the bill.
That's what I was trying to
myself and
find.
Senator Orr, is that we just that you just extract the amount that you owe the state back, and then the rest will be returned to the employee.
Okay. All right. That's all I want.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted.
Final passage. If there's no more questions.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 58. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 58 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 542 by Representative Blackshear, relating to the Department of Transportation.
Chairman Blackshear, recognized.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. HB 542 is a bill that we dropped it initially towards the end of last year, and then we passed a resolution where we put a study commission in place, and we have been meeting monthly since June of 2025 with representation from all the associations that are involved with utilities across the state, to include the utilities themselves, the departments that do road work across the state. Currently today, under existing law, certain utilities, and when it comes to line relocation, and what we mean is when we have a brand new road that includes just state money, federal funding is not involved in this. When it's just state money, If your gross annual income is greater than $250 million, you do not have a seat at the table for ALDOT to reimburse you when they make a new road project that says, hey, you need to move your utilities. You have to pay for it yourself. The concern with that is those expenses are passed along to the customers, which could drive rates up. Under $250 million, you are eligible for reimbursement. However, it's completely at the discretion of ALDOT. So what this bill does, it puts certain parameters in. They must spend at least $20 million on the under $250 million. They must spend no more than $10 million on reimbursing the utilities above $250 million. That'll be about $8 million more per year than they're spending today on line relocations. So that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know you and I talked about this. You talk about certain utilities that are really responsible for, paying it whenever some construction happens and it impacts their utilities, that they're responsible for actually paying to get it redone. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And so, for utilities of a certain amount, it's 250 million you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So, which utilities offhand do you think this?
So let's go directly to your district. How about that? Instead of all the other ones, it's at least 7 or 8 of them. Your district specifically is Huntsville Utilities.
Yep.
So currently today, when they do a project or they're told we're doing a project and ALDOT calls and says, you will move your utilities, Huntsville Utilities moves it on their dime with no eligibility for reimbursement from ALDOT.
Okay. Yeah. So I actually agree. I mean, I think this is a good bill, as you and I have talked about it. And certainly we need to make certain that if there's an act that the government have to intervene in some capacity, whether it's a project or whatever, that the entity should not be responsible for going back and putting it back together on their own dime. And so this will ensure that they're reimbursed. Is it 100% reimbursement?
No, so what we did is the ones that are over 250 million, we put a cap because you don't want to go across the threshold and all of a sudden you potentially start losing the road projects as well too. So currently today, on average, the last 5 years, ALDOT has spent $21.86 million per year on reimbursements the last 5 years. They reimburse about 40% of the projects. What this does is it adds a bucket of $10 million, no more than $10 million, that specifically goes for the gross income of $250 million or above, max of $500,000 per project. So one project just couldn't eat everything up.
And do you find that some of this is in excess of that amount, or do you think that's enough?
Very good question. One part of this bill we have in here, this implementation date for how the reimbursements would change would not be into effect until October 1st of 2027. So it will be under the new administration that determines what happens with that going forward. The only thing that gets implemented this year, effective October 1, is a reporting mechanism. Because currently today, there's no tracking. So I can't tell you how many projects over 250 million there are today, how much reimbursement would be. There's no reporting. So what this piece of the legislation would do starting October 1 of this year, we would capture all projects, who was eligible, who got reimbursed, the ones that didn't, why didn't they get reimbursed, and that report will be given annually to Chairman Klaus's Transportation Committee annually.
Is there any type of retroactive provision in this bill?
No.
Because we do a lot of projects in North Alabama, certainly.
You do.
And I can only imagine the amount of money that our utilities have been stiffed with.
Yeah, and let's make sure, I think the one thing to be clear, you may bring up a point too, this didn't take any money out of the ETF or the general fund. A lot of people I don't think realizes that ALDOT has their own budget, and that budget itself's anywhere between 2.6 and 2.8 billion dollars annually just themselves that's outside of the ETF or general fund.
And so do you think that this will force us to increase their budget long term? So then if we increase their budget, that money does have to come from.
Well, their budget is theirs. The way I look at it is if it's an additional $8 million, that means road projects are happening. Because you don't have projects, you won't be doing any reimbursements for line relocations.
Well,
so this would come with only growth.
I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, I've not been so pleased with the amount of money, the lack of dollars for infrastructure in North Alabama while we're growing as fast as we are. I certainly have not been pleased with the amount of money that had been invested, because I think all of us took a very tough vote back here several years ago to ensure that these projects are being funded. And so I just want to make certain that this is a good savings, but I want to make sure I talk to my friends and just make sure that we're taking note. And I'm hearing a lot about the lack of investment in North Alabama from an infrastructure standpoint, because I can tell you, if I don't leave North Alabama at 6 a.m. in the morning, it's going to take me until 11 or 12 o'clock to get to Montgomery.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say this. I'm one of the ones, too, that took that tough vote with you years back, right? But when you look at it, it was probably one of the votes we took that we actually are, what they say, put your money where your mouth is. Tell me a part of this state that doesn't have new blacktop, that doesn't have a new bridge. There always could be more. We'd fallen so far behind, but we're truly putting the money, and there's an accountability system behind it. Every dime that is spent through the gas tax is accounted for. So again, this bill ties right back into that if we don't have projects, and remember, it's just state funds. Federal funds is 100% eligible for reimbursement. The entire project is, or all the relocations. So hopefully we will continue to grow. We will continue to have more economic development growth that comes in that requires us to have more roads and access.
Oh, absolutely, but I don't remember voting for the gas tax. I voted for Rebuild Alabama. You voted for the gas tax?
Rebuild Alabama.
Okay.
Tomato.
No, it's not tomato. There's a difference between not being here and being here.
Yeah.
Messaging. And so I think, I certainly support your legislation. I've had a few of our friends to come see me about this legislation, and certainly support this legislation. I think it's long overdue. Certainly understand that you can't make it retroactive, but that certainly would have been ideal for some of the projects that are going on in certain places in the state. But thank you for bringing this piece of legislation, and I look forward to supporting it.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracey of Mobile.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
My boy. Hey, this how we used to sit.
I fixed to say, this was a line relocation. I wasn't eligible for reimbursement.
Yeah.
They moved me to my new seat.
But y'all don't know this was
it.
It's
for a
like
long
old
time.
times.
Yes. A couple times a day I wanted to pull the rope.
Man, I appreciated almost all of what you said this morning.
Yeah.
You did a good job this morning.
Thank you.
Some of it I didn't agree with, but the passion for what you believe, I like.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've always been a fan of Chuck Norris movies.
Okay.
Yeah. Delta Force, I've always been a fan of. That's what I was kind of thinking about this morning.
I got you. Well, I've been fortunate the last two bills that have come up today, I've been on the committee. But since I was on the committee, I know most of the people in here were not on the committee.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think this is a great bill that could benefit a lot of people, especially in their local areas. So I just would like to talk about it with you a little bit.
Absolutely.
So just, if you will, just kind of give me an idea. What does the bill do, and how will it, local government, be impacted by this?
So I guess first off, let's start with the locals, right? Because that's where it kind of all starts. So your county and city projects, a lot of times they're eligible for state funds if they have certain percent of matching.
Right.
These projects would still be eligible for those reimbursements.
Hold up, they got.
Oh no!
Wait a minute.
You spoke for 8 minutes.
Huh? We only get 3 minutes on this? Who's handling the clock up here?
Hey,
we were just
I try to tell y'all,
discussing that,
y'all make fun of me. I always say, y'all know I live on fast time. I mean, I'm just giving you an example right now of what's going on.
Mr. Bracey,
baby, I don't
we're
need
going to
no
give you
help.
additional time, Mr. Bracey. Sorry about that.
I need all my time. I don't need no help.
I wonder who
looked
was
up
looking
there, I
at
said,
the
1
speaker, and I was
minute.
like, hey. No, but
Hold up, man. It's my boy Ralph, man. What's up, baby?
So the local projects will still be eligible for the reimbursement. So that's the number one thing. So What we're seeing is I think this really came to life once we realized the Rebuild Alabama Act that passed
Okay.
did provide more funds for more projects. So more projects, sometimes you uncover issues or unintended consequences that may not you knew existed before just because not having the amount of work. So what's happening is as we have roads, the majority are on private right or public right of ways. So when you have to have a new road, AlDOT comes in and says, okay, Bracy Utilities, we need you now to come in and make sure that you have to move your lines, whatever the infrastructure is, you have to move it for this project. No, by the way, since your
Setting my own.
your gross annual income's over $250 million, you're not eligible for reimbursement. So it's on your dime. So typically, as a business owner, what are you going to do? You're going to pass it on to your consumers to eat that up. This now makes Bracy Utilities have the ability to get up to $500,000 of reimbursement back on each of their line relocations they have to make.
Where would the reimbursement dollars come from?
It comes out of the AlDOT budget. So it doesn't take anything from the ETF or from the general fund. It comes from their existing budget.
So the locals won't have to pay any of
No.
that? Okay. Because I know a lot of times, at least in my cities, because I represent a lot of cities. I represent the city of Mobile, but I represent a lot of smaller cities where they definitely, this money that they're starting to get, they can use that matching dollars to kind of help with projects. And we wouldn't want to see them have to spend all of the money that they've been getting and allocating and budgeting towards relocating, lines, utility lines.
And that's the beauty of it, too. With the implementation date of how the money would change, October 1 of 2027, it allows the new administration to decide how they would like to do it. Maybe they would want to change something with it. So the discretion at AlDOT is still there.
Say that again?
So the implementation of this is October 1
Right
of 2027.
before that, you said.
There will be a new administration.
Right.
A lot of times with new administrations, they potentially, they want to revamp things and look at things differently.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So, but why wouldn't we want to just make sure that we have policies in place that this is how?
it is. This has nothing to do with what's going to
But give
change.
some level of parameters of saying you need to operate within this level of parameters.
That's what we're trying to do. The number one thing is with right now, Representative Bracy's actually, you wouldn't want to come in and pull the rug out of somebody with the current budget you're already in. That could impact some projects, right? If all of a sudden I come in now and say $8 million more annually have to come out, and here you are sitting here in March.
Okay.
That's difficult. So this gives it time for AlDOT to look at it and plan out of their $2.5 to $2.6 billion budget to cover for this. And again, it's still at their discretion, right? Of what amount what projects do get reimbursed.
Yeah. So what's the time frame? Let's just say if you started to do this project, we're starting to pave some roads, we're digging a little bit, or we widening the road. We find out that we have some issues. What's the process as far as contacting the utility companies and actually getting the lines moved? Who will be responsible for that? Who will be responsible for removing the lines? Would that be a part of the project?
So that would be part of it. So I'm going to I'm going to just go back to remedial. I'm an 090 construction class now when it comes to infrastructure. I would say it goes back to the overall, whoever the contractor was that won that project.
Okay.
Road builder, whoever's doing it. That would be part of your project timeline.
Okay.
From beginning to end, and a certain part of it during that timeline, utilities would have to be moved.
So would they be able to do change orders because
There's change orders all the time. But
Yeah, I'm just saying specifically to this because I would think that they.
Right, let me give you a specific example.
Okay.
Mobile Bay Bridge. Okay.
Tough one.
There. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna give you tough
Okay.
one, but I'm gonna give you an example.
Okay.
Project.
Yeah.
There is one entity that is above the 250 million that's getting zero reimbursement.
Okay.
They have had to relocate their utilities 3 times just on the Mobile Bay Project Bridge because they could the contractors working with AlDOT could not make the decision of exactly where they wanted the crane to sit to construct the bridge. So 3 times the company spent their own money with zero, not only zero back, but zero eligibility to even get any reimbursement. But had no choice but to move the infrastructure on their dime.
Wow, that's wild. Okay. So let's just make it simpler, plainer. So let's just say we're dealing with a little small town. They got the resources in through Rebuild Alabama. They're gonna widen a road, a county road. What's the process when they run across the utilities? That's something.
Same thing. It's still part of the project. Whether we're doing something on the 85 or 65, or you're doing something on County Road 2 in your district, it's still part of the timeline, the process.
Okay. So then the winner of the award would be the person that's responsible for pretty much the entire process,
Yeah.
and this would be a part of the deal. Would be removing the.
We just bid out whoever wins it. That'll be part of it, and they would be responsible for contacting the appropriate utilities.
That's what I was going to say. What happens when they contact the utilities?
They would be part of the project plan. Again, I'm getting outside my expertise here.
Oh, you're an expert.
But they would have to have some timelines within that of, hey, we need your infrastructure moved by X date for us to stay on track for this project.
Right, because I'm thinking sometimes I would think that the actual utility company would probably rather move their own utilities than someone else.
Oh, they would come move them. They'll
Right.
come tell you, all right, Bracy Utilities, I need you on this job by X date.
Right.
But a lot of times we're seeing projects, you've probably seen this too, right, get delayed. And a lot
That's
of
what I was wondering when I said about the time.
Yeah,
I was
well, a
like,
lot of
what's
these
the process is for.
All right, Bracy Utilities, are you going to go move your infrastructure when it's up to you for 3 or 4 projects as you're getting paid to move?
Right.
Or are you going to prioritize the ones you're getting no reimbursement for that's going to cost you an expense? Which ones you go move first and prioritize?
The ones we're getting paid to move.
Yeah. So hopefully with this too, with those companies now having an opportunity to be eligible for reimbursement, time is money.
Right.
Quicker I can pave a road, quicker I can expand the road, quicker I can build a bridge, I'm saving money.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Because I would think that probably in more urban areas, you will have people that could really move a lot faster. The more you get to those rural areas where you have long roads, you may have it's not as many customers. They just probably don't want to go out and move the utility. You know, it's buried, it's done. They probably thought when they buried it 50 years ago, they would never have to deal with it again. And now we got to deal with it. So I can see it being some instances where, you know, smaller utilities, a rural type electric place or whatever, wouldn't want to take that on. But, you know, I support your legislation just like I did in committee. I think it's a great bill, and I appreciate you bringing
I
it.
appreciate it. Thank you.
The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 92 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Now the chair recognizes Representative McCampbell of Marengo.
You want to ask? I need to ask it. Hey, as they're coming down to talk, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for final passage as they're coming down for the lights to come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentlemen, yield.
Absolutely.
I just want to kind of get a little bit of clarity on this bill, and the reason being, I'm over in West Alabama, and we got a little project going on over there in West Alabama, and the Rebuild Alabama, a little Rebuild Alabama project over in West Alabama, and they
Your definition of little
yeah, my definition.
is different than mine.
Oh, it is.
Little project, huh?
Well, how much does it have to be to be a big project? I know it couldn't be.
North or south? I mean,
North or south?
Okay.
That ain't big. That's a little project. You know, you over there in East Alabama, right?
on the east coast of Alabama.
East coast of Alabama. Well, how many companies do we have in the state that, their income would be over that 250?
I've been able to identify 7.
We've identified
Seven. Yeah, I think it's 7.
So, and my question then becomes, where do they fit in terms of these projects? They are the major players in the state. Is that what they are? You would think.
They would be.
Okay, and so, but in the bill it says that the director of transportation determines and orders those payments. Is that the way it goes? Or how does it go?
Okay. So currently today,
Okay.
I think, let's just sum it up, the judge, the jury, and the executioner, you've identified that well in the current legislation.
In the current legislation.
Here's the projects. Here's the projects that I will reimburse. Here's the projects I will not reimburse. And it's completely to the discretion of the director. You're correct.
Because it says shall determine. That's on page.
Oh yeah, it's currently shall determine.
Yeah, but
Not
we're
may.
going to when we change it, that B section will say whenever the director of transportation determines and orders. Is that correct?
Is what page are you on?
That the relocation of I'm talking about the relocation. Whenever they determine and order a relocation, then you're saying whenever down at C, the relocation of the facility is necessitated.
Yeah, so what we're saying is they will still keep their same discretion. But what we're doing now is, I guess the best way to look at it is today they could spend unlimited money
Okay.
on line relocations
Okay.
for the under 250 million.
Got it.
As it's currently written, they can give 0 for over the 250. What this does, it brings the 250 million into the table. We'll let them have dinner with us now.
Okay.
And it locks in, the last 5-year average has been $21.86 million spent on the under. This locks in, they shall spend no less than 20 million on the under. So we don't hurt the ones there.
Okay.
Because we don't want them to use their discretion. Well, I'm going to take from this one to put over here. And then it says in there, we're adding 10 million that says you shall spend no more than 10 million on the above 250. So the net, you need physical note you look at, it's going to say 10 million, but it's actually 8.14 million total net new dollars than what they've been doing.
So basically, based on the historical awarding of this, then we are going to be somewhere close to the historical numbers in terms of those that are under the 250.
Would you like those? I got them, actually. You want to hear them?
Yeah, let me hear.
All right. So from 2020, fiscal year 2020 through 2024, there was 225 projects that were reimbursed for a total of $109.3 million. So that's $21.86 million annually average. $486,000 average per reimbursement on the project. There was also an additional 365 projects there no reimbursement was given to.
Okay.
And all of these are under 250 because current law, nothing over 250 is eligible. So there's no data tracking how many are over the 250.
Okay. Well, I think you and I were the only ones that heard that because, it's obvious.
It's March Madness. I mean, that's what
It's March Madness.
I mean, what time is, do you know what time Auburn tips, by the way?
Now, why would you ask me about that kind
curious.
of thing?
I was just kind
You know.
sorry, I had to ask. I'm sorry.
no.
I just had to ask.
Wait,
I just had to ask.
When does Alabama? Is it tomorrow night?
Well, Troy's already got beat by 30, so we're good. We're already on the plane back.
Are we playing in a different tournament? Let's see. I think Auburn is playing in the B team tournament.
Question for the body's Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Hey, listen,
Hey.
I was out of the chamber when I guess you started your monologue. What does this bill do?
All right, so
Don't
current
mind me
today as it relates to road construction at Aldot. So we, of course, with rebuild, we've got some more road projects going on. It's requiring a lot of utility infrastructure, above ground, underground, to be relocated for the expansions of roads. So currently today, if you're only, everything's at the discretion of the Aldot director. If your gross net income's under 250 million, you are eligible for reimbursement to some extent for your line relocation when you go have the expense to move that line. Again, that's the discretion of the director. If your
Okay.
company gross revenue is over 250 million, you're not even eligible to be considered for reimbursement, but you're still required to go spend your money to move the lines. So that's kind of the premise. So what this does is it brings in the over 250, allows them to be eligible for some reimbursement while still protecting and locking in a certain amount of money for the under 250 million.
Okay, so this protects who?
It really doesn't protect anybody. But right now, today, we're picking winners and losers. In my opinion, this brings everybody in and they have a seat at the table, that everybody that does the same type work is not treated by the amount of revenue you have. It's about the number of work and utilities you have to replace along right-of-ways around the state.
But it has to be a certain amount of utilities that you are replacing. Am I correct?
It can be anything.
So it could be okay, and that's what I was missing because I'm saying to myself, but who determines what that looks like or is supposed to be? So you're saying it doesn't matter what.
It could cost your company $10,000, or it can cost your company $10 million to remove the infrastructure. It's at the discretion of Aldot. They come tell you you will move it.
So tell me, when you're speaking of infrastructure, and in my years of as someone who worked in urban planning for a number of years, define for me what you are defining as infrastructure.
Power, cable, gas,
So all of
anything.
power, cable, gas, any type of line that may.
Let's talk about fiber and broadband. And in fact, you bring up a good point, and thank you for making a light bulb go off in my head. This statute and the current law is so out of date. We're updating the definitions of what utilities are to include broadband, because current law does not even recognize broadband as a utility in the state of Alabama.
And that's why, there's so much, so much that is probably into this bill as it relates to, and with the modification of the definition. What about rebar and all of those things that you have to make infrastructure work? Would that be already included in whatever whatever we're having to pull up, break down, all of those costs that tie in?
All right, so I will say this. I know Representative Kirkland back over here, you work roads. I'm going to make sure I'm right on this. He's laughing at me when I'm giving my remedial versions. When it comes to rebar, though, rebar would only be when concrete's involved, whether it's concrete roads or concrete bridges. Rebar is not involved when it comes to asphalt or gravel when you're building roads.
But would not infrastructure, bridges, highways sit on?
That would be more steel.
But it has to take rebar as a part of that level of reinforcement, unless something has changed. I told you I worked in urban planning for a number of years. I told you I just look dumb, and everybody down here thinks I'm dumb, but I let people think what they want to think. But I wasn't born at night nor the night before.
I mean, I know you set up smoke signals now when you cover up that heater. I know. We pay attention.
Yeah. When I take the podium, I know what I'm talking about, whether it's respected or not. And I'm just trying to get the clarity on what you, and I guess trying to see what you all are considering.
All right, so only
a
in
part
ground. Yeah,
of the-
none of that. This would strictly be. Let's describe it this way. a certain service.
So are we, I was getting ready to say,
Gas,
so we're dealing
water,
with the
sewage.
surface, roads, not any.
Yeah, none of that.
Because, but that's tricky because we do have bridges that, and underpasses, and those underpasses are, of course, the state, most underpasses on major highways where it connects to major highways. So why would we not consider everything instead of just?
All right, so we're rebuild. Okay, let's start from the ground up then. Okay, so let's say we're going to build one of those bridges or one of the underpasses.
Mm-hmm.
There potentially could be infrastructure above ground and in ground on poles in the ground that have to be moved for that new bridge and or the new underpass.
Uh-huh.
That's eligible. When you look at like the rebuild money, when we pass rebuild, it specifically said it has to go for concrete and asphalt for that. So that's why. So that's already covered with that. This specifically is just utilities that may be in the way of a project that's expanding something.
Okay. I'm gonna read up on it. Like I said, it's just been so many people have come up with questions, and so I just deemed it necessary. I said, well, let me just make sure I'm educated, and then especially when you start talking about utilities around here, because, you know, I don't know if that's a word these days that we want to throw around lightly, because there's so much confusion going on around the word utilities and particular companies with regards to utilities and particular power. And I don't want to get tracked on this issue. I don't know if I have any friends in the power business these days any longer. So at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. You know, my folks didn't want me to march and protest. I've held my tongue. Get calls every day. You fighting for the water, but you won't stand with us. I've held my tongue. I've been patient. I'm slightly perturbed with that issue, and that too shall pass. I just know when I do get on the horn and I do get on that microphone and I do show up, it does get noticed. So, and I'll continue to pray over that in the next 24 to 48 hours as to whatever position I'm going to take on those issues. So with that being said, I just wanted to get the clarity on it to see what exactly what everybody was talking about. So I appreciate the opportunity always to converse with you. Now, I was a little bit confused by some of the comments you made on the earlier bill. I was almost borderline a little taken aback and disappointed, but I understand we have to do what we have to do. And I know how that works down here. So with that being said, I thank you for the opportunity to question or get some clarity on this bill.
Great, thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
All right, thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 542. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 90 yeas, no nays. HB 542 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Before we call the next bill, the chair would like to recognize the very esteemed and distinguished former House member and current mayor of Greensboro, Ralph Howard. Welcome back, Ralph. Glad to have you. Okay. And we're also glad to see Representative Barnes back in the chamber. Thank you. Good to see you again. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 431, with substitute by Representative Hammett, relating to revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. House Bill 431 is dealing
You got
with
Underwood, then.
Class
Underwood
6
first.
carbon capture sequestering wells. We had a subcommittee I'm going to ask to table. I have a floor substitute that I want to introduce. The floor substitute requires all carbon storage facility operators to provide a facility approval petition and all supporting documentation submitted to the State Oil and Gas Board to any government having jurisdiction over the area. Requires the board conduct a hearing on a facility approval petition as soon as practicable, but not less than 60 days. It also lets the government having jurisdiction over that area of the proposed storage facility to submit comments prior to the facility approval petition hearing and participate in the hearing to the extent allowed of the facility operator. Beginning October 1st, 2027, it will levy a fee of 7 cents a cubic ton to the state general fund and 7 cents a cubic ton injected in the ground to the county the project's being done in. It also established a study commission on carbon dioxide storage facility fees, which will be a board appointed by the speaker, governor, and the minority leaders. I'd ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson. Faulkner. Chair recognizes Representative Faulkner.
Yeah, Representative Hammond, we have worked on this floor sub that you have for the bill, and I just want to appreciate you working on that. You've spent a lot of time. I know this is important to your area with things, and I really like the fact of what the floor sub does, how it is giving counties a voice in those oil and gas board petition hearings. And also making some reasonable steps with the study commission on what we need to do in this area. And so I'm really supportive of your floor sub. And I know you've got to table the committee sub and get there in a minute, but I just want to come up and tell the body, anybody that has not reviewed it, it's a good floor sub, and I appreciate all your work.
I think we've got the bill cleaned up because of it, and I thank you for your hard work on it, Representative Faulkner.
Okay, let's go ahead. The question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, 4 noes. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table the committee sub.
Question for the bodies on the motion to table the committee sub. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 92 yeas, 1 nay. The Ways and Means sub is tabled.
Mr. Speaker, I need to present the floor sub.
Clerk will receive the amendment, the substitute.
Substitute for House Bill number 431 by Representative Hammett.
I've explained to you what it does. I mean, the subcommittee had in there that where the CO2 was collected from, it couldn't be stored within 50 miles, which would have hurt people trying to get it. It wasn't feasible to do a lot of these projects. So it's taking that out. There was a lot of fines and fees that went to the Oil and Gas Board. They came back and told us they were happy with what they were getting, and they could adjust their fees as they needed to. So we took that out, and then we just put in the 7 cents a cubic ton for the general fund and 7 cents a ton for the local county that the project's going in, and it sets up the study commission on carbon dioxide storage facility fees, and that'll start in 2026. And that's what the floor sub does.
Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I had talked to you a moment ago, and I wanted to come down. This bill is going to establish first a new tax on that industry And I wanted you to know that in Mobile County, so I want everybody who represents part of Mobile County to loosen up. We have one company right now who is going through this process, the permitting process.
Tenasca is the name of the
Tenasca.
company. Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, so that company is currently going through the permitting process, and it's kind of unfair to just, because they will be the ones that will be taxed right now, and they're going through the process. And there are others who will be doing that, and I don't have a problem with your bill, but I do not want this company, which sits in Mobile County, because it's one of the industry that is adding to our economy.
I understand that.
So I have an amendment.
Is it on the subcommittee or this, I mean, the?
Well, you tell me. You didn't tell me about the sub when I talked to you
Let me
earlier.
say this. We did this tax, which is 14 cents a cubic ton, off of what they're doing in other states. They're getting $85 a cubic ton.
I'm not going to debate you on that.
Good.
I am here to represent
I
an
understand.
industry that is in Mobile County. And we are currently the only one that is doing this. So if this bill passes, my industry, our industry in Mobile County will be the one that will be taxed. They're going through the permitting process right now. They have a project underway right now. And my amendment, if you would allow me to do the amendment.
Representative, we have to adopt the BIR first. Then, we
already
gotta adopt
adopted the
substitute.
BIR.
I'm sorry, we gotta adopt the sub first.
Okay.
Let me get that and I'll call you back up, okay? Chair recognizes Representative Baker of Escambia County. Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Bolton of Pickens. Do we need to adopt the sub before you come down, Mr. Bolton? Okay, looks like the question for the body is adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 84 yeas, no nays. The substitute's been adopted. Okay, I'm going to go back in the same order. Chair recognizes. All right, we'll do Mr. Bolton.
Speaker Yield.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly, I just wanted to ask about the sub on line 70 of the committee sub where carbon dioxide generated outside of the state was not allowed to be sequestered here. Did that change in the sub?
No.
Okay, so it's still out of state, can't be transported.
No, yes. We took that out.
Okay, you took that out, so now
Yes.
other states can.
They can.
Okay, one of my constituents had asked that question. Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Baker of Escambia.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hammett, I appreciate your work on this and all. It's been very concerning, I know, for you and particular citizens in Covington County. Of course, there's other areas across the state, I think, that also may have some concerns as well. With the sub, I really like a lot of what was done in the sub, so I really applaud the work of Representative Faulkner, along with your collaboration on this to do some things I thought that really enhanced some of the permitting or some of the steps taken in advance of a storage facility coming into an area.
Well, one of the problems I've got in my county, and we've talked about it, as it is now, they can just come in here. We don't know what they're doing.
Right.
They don't have to give us any notice. And
Right.
what we try to do in this bill, at least we get the same knowledge the oil and gas boards get, and then the local governing body can go and, petition a
Yeah.
hearing.
And I love that. So that's a very important aspect of the bill that I've said all along, and you and I have had some conversations in regards to this, and that is that public notification, that type of thing that seems to maybe been a little bit absent in regards to some of this at the forefront. But now with this sub, this would require that there be public notification by the storage facility or the storage operator, as well as then it's also where the local governing bodies can also petition then the state board as well to provide information, written statements as well, whether they be opposed or whatever. At least they can provide their thoughts with that. So I love that. I love the study commission that's also a part of this going forward. So I think some really healthy things that are part of this sub that you've done some really good work.
Well, you know, I want to thank Representative Faulkner again, and a lot of other people's helped me work on this. We worked on this and we tried to get it cleaned up, and I think we got some good legislation.
Right, and even to the extent, even with the taxes that are levied on this, I mean, this is a relatively new sort of industry overall.
It is.
And so with that, I know that there was one of the earlier speakers did mention about sort of taxation and such, and maybe changing the rules after something's already underway. I think that Project Mobile may still be underway, but this is a relatively new industry, and it's not uncommon where sometimes in government that we do impose some taxes on some of these areas that are new businesses.
Well, I'll say this. According to all the experts, this is the best geology in the world to do these projects in, and I think them expecting to come into this state and not pay anything is unacceptable. We didn't just come out of the thin air with these numbers. I mean, this is very similar to what they're doing in the Dakotas and the state of Texas. So we just didn't. Of course, it's a lot less than what I want to tax. But
Exactly.
anyway.
So y'all have done your research
We
then
have.
to look at this. So once again, thank you so much. I think the sub really puts this in a much better direction.
Thank you,
so much.
Representative Baker.
Ms. Drummond, are you ready for your amendment? I guess the chair recognizes Representative Morris of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just here for a second. Can you please explain your bill? Just tell me what it's about, what your sub is about.
The bill
Yes.
is dealing with carbon 6 capture wells that they're trying to do in this state. All it's doing is they've got to give the local counties the same information they do in oil and gas, so that we know what's going on. It says the local county or cities, wherever one of these projects are going, has the right to petition a hearing with the Oil and Gas Board. They have 60 days to respond, another 60 to line up the hearing, and it gives the counties where they can't just come in here and do these projects and they not know anything about it, and they have a say-so with the Oil and Gas Board. The 7 cents a ton that's going to the general fund, cubic tons, and the 7 cents a ton, cubic tons going to the county. That's what we looked at what other states are doing. It's very similar.
Okay, so you just mimic what you saw across the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the indulgence. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I emphasize that we have one company in Mobile who currently has a project that is going through the permitting process now, and I have an amendment.
Amendment 2, House Bill number 431 by Representative Drummond.
Replace lines 138 on page 5 with the following previous increase. This section shall not apply to any county that is contingent to the Gulf of America and a state due to the unique environmental and interstate trade characteristics of these counties.
I don't know why we got to change it for one county when this project's going to be statewide. I think this is an unfriendly amendment. I want to table it.
Questions for the bodies on the motion to table?
This is for Mobile County. Mobile County currently is the only county that has a project right now.
This is not a debatable motion. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 yeas, 29 yeas. The motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Representative Travis of Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, gentlemen, yeah.
Absolutely, Mr. Travis.
Yeah, I just want to say, come and thank you for the work you've done. I know the biggest problem what you're dealing with and everything. A lot of people, it's a new industry. People aren't, not familiar with it in Alabama, but it is, as you said, you're dealing with it, Dakotas and Texas and other places like this. It exists in the industry that people are beginning to take more advantage of it to deal with, an environmental issue and everything.
Well,
So the work,
I think it's either just before it gets in here and gets going, let's get some parameters set and some things in place, and that's why we're working on the bill.
well, and that's what's happening. So I thank you for it because it's soon as it's going to be, everybody find out it'll be good and things will be moving along good, and it's going to be good for Alabama because what you're doing is taking a reservoir that used to hold petroleum and using those caverns to refill it up with the gas and everything. And oftentimes I tell people that this is the same type of gas is going in now. It's primary and even used in enhanced oil recovery process and everything. So, and you certainly know right now when petroleum prices come and when higher gas prices up, that forces more effective cost recovery methods to be utilized. So these type of things happen. So what you're doing, we're covering you for getting the knowledge of it and working with the Oil and Gas Board, who's another something so everybody can be familiar with it and they see there's some good things that are happening for the state of Alabama and providing revenue to our treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Travis.
Ms. Drummond, are you ready? Ms. Drummond, are you ready? Okay. Question for the body's final passage of HB 431 is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 61 yeas, 10 nays. The bill passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
Thank you, body.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 278 with substitute by Representative Underwood relating to income tax credit.
Chair recognizes Representative Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 268 continues a credit that currently is set to sunset in 2027. Is for volunteer firefighters when they pay out of their pocket for certifications. This tax credit gives them back dollar for dollar what they put into their profession, allowing them to protect our houses and our property. I'm done. I'm out. I'm asking for the BR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
I had to get the intro in.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Call for final, please.
So you want to adopt the substitute?
My apologies. You're right.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 yeas, no nays. The substitute's been adopted.
I call for final.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 278. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. 102 yeas, no nays. HB 278 passes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, body.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 182 by Senator Coleman relating to the Advanced Technology and Data Exchange Fund.
Pro Tem Pringle, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that the Supreme Court Justice Sarah Stewart asked for, and it allows them to move their technology money around. The way it's set up, it just changes it, and it's just cleaning up a financial problem they have over there, trying to keep the record straight. With that, I move adoption of the BR.
Next question is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 ayes, 3 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage of SB 182.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Speaking with the gentleman, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I really think that you wanted to have this conversation with me, so I'm just gonna ask you to explain your bill again to me. Can you please tell me what it does?
Yes, ma'am. It is, the Chief Justice has got some issues and over with the way they spend money on technology in the courts, and they're trying to clean it up so that it's easier to track the money. It's the Supreme Court, the intermediate appellate courts and the AOC trial courts all have separate budgets under the Alabama Constitution. Right now, the money derived from a court call statute called an Advanced Tech Fund goes into the AOC budget, but a good portion of the money actually is supposed to go into the Supreme Court, intermediate courts, according to the statute. So this bill just cleans that up so that what belongs to the Supreme Court goes to the Supreme Court budget and intermediate budgets and the AOC budget.
I couldn't hear you. Can you
It
repeat
just
that?
cleans up and makes sure the Supreme Court and the appellate courts and the intermediate courts get the money they're supposed to get. There's a conflict with the law and the Constitution.
See how easy that
It just
was?
cleans it up, yeah.
I appreciate that.
And I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 182. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, 2 nays. SB 182 has passed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 545 with substitute by Representative Crow relating to legal tender.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 545 is trying to address the shortage of coins in the system that we have. In February of 2025, the U.S. Treasury halted production of pennies, and by the end of 2025, more than half of the Federal Reserve vaults suspended penny orders on deposits due to depleted stock. As banks have received fewer pennies, retailers are facing growing challenges in providing exact change to their customers. Congress has introduced the Common Sense Act, which would address penny production and rounding. However, timing and ultimate passage remains uncertain. House Bill 545 does not conflict or contradict the proposed federal measure. The purpose of this legislation is to provide a clear, uniform standard for rounding cash transactions, to protect consumers and merchants through predictable, transparent rules, to align Alabama with our neighboring states like Georgia and Florida, who have already adopted similar policies. These apply only to cash transactions. All right, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call for the BIR.
Everybody wasn't so energetic about that.
Apparently, everybody's read this and totally understands
Yeah.
it, which makes life better. So I
chair
call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative
I knew.
McCampbell.
I knew.
I think he orchestrated that. She wouldn't even turn on my mic. How much time did I lose? Representative,
Yes, sir.
you from Tuscaloosa?
Tuscaloosa, yes, sir.
And I'm sure this is your 4th or 5th bill.
This is actually my first, AJ.
What? Oh, well, let's.
I don't know if
let's
I'd said
see now
that.
here. You didn't, everybody was so loud, I didn't even hear you explain the bill. Dude, without all just reading it, can you tell me in layman's term what this bill does?
What it does is provide a clear standard for the rounding of cash transactions for businesses. It's only cash. It doesn't have anything to do with credit. It doesn't affect the tax that's calculated. The tax is calculated, and then the final price that you're paying cash for is rounded up or to the nickel, either way, depending on where it is. If the transaction ends in 1, 2, 6, or 7 cents, it's rounded down. If it is 3, 4, 8, or 9, it's rounded up. And it doesn't
Okay.
affect electronic payments. It's only cash if your business takes cash.
And how did you decide to bring this bill? What was the impetus of your bringing of this bill?
A lot of businesses were worried because there wasn't a uniform standard out there of how to handle
Can you
cash
tell me one
transactions.
business that you talked to that was worried about this?
Grocers.
Grocers. Which grocer? I need one.
You know several of them in Tuscaloosa, but
I
word
do.
had come back to me through them, and then also through the Retail Association and
So this is
NFIB
This is a retail association bill.
and restaurants, hospitality. It's also the Petroleum and Marketers Association.
So because I'm going to be paying with cash, now I can tell them, look, I want you to round my bill up. I don't want or down. Which way am I going to round it? Up or down?
It depends on what the final price is, AJ.
It depends.
If you want to pay more, I'm sure they're happy.
You're sure they are happy?
I'm
Well,
sure
you
they'll be
know,
happy.
I've been noticing that every now and then I have something on my thing when I order a pizza.
Sure.
They ask me if I want to round up to who gets that money?
Who gets the money?
Yeah.
The guy that's selling it, the pizza guy.
The pizza guy gets.
That's
the money.
right.
So if I round it up, what if I told him I wanted to round it down? I had a bill that was $29.01. I don't want to pay the 1 cent. You think they'd round down for me?
I guess that's up to they'd have to make that decision.
Okay, now and have you learned anything since you've been down here? I'm trying to remember.
How many minutes have we got?
Well, look. I'm just taking my first 10 minutes. I got another 10. So, have you learned that there are certain people down here that you probably gonna kind of get you a little bit about being down here?
No doubt.
No doubt.
No doubt.
And you know I'm not one of those people.
I know you're not.
Of course I'm not.
Of course you're not.
You know, we've known each other a little while, I think. And
A long time.
I think you're a pretty decent person, you know. Pretty decent gentleman.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, pretty decent now. But you didn't explain your bill well enough. I'm not sure I can comprehend what you were talking about.
What else? What don't you understand? That I
well-
could help you with.
Well, let's see. What if I have some German? Do they do francs? What if I'm trying to spend a German franc?
You've got a problem in an American business.
In an American business. Okay, what if I'm in a German business then?
Well, if they're in the United States, they only take American money.
They only take American.
So this would provide a framework of how you should be reimbursed if you pay in cash.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I still got 5 minutes, but I think Representative England, you know, he and I were back there talking about it, and I think he wanted to ask you a question too.
Well, that'd be great.
Don't you think he should come down and ask
I think
you
he
one?
should.
All
If he
right.
wants
Well,
to.
I'm gonna give up my 5 minutes so he can come and have a conversation with you because we want to make sure you understand what you're doing when you're down here.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. You ready for the BR?
I've been ready, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think everybody's ready.
Yeah.
Representative Daniels.
This is not about red light cameras on the interstate or anything, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. This is a good bill, Norm.
Thank you.
And doing a scan of the chamber, you probably want to get this show on the road. So I'm gonna reserve the remainder of my time to the next speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Lomax.
Representative, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I believe this is a good bill for the most part. I just want to make sure we're not being penny wise and pound foolish.
That would not be good.
Sir, are you aware how many pennies are currently in circulation in the United States?
I am not.
Are you aware the percentage of zinc versus copper in a penny.
I don't believe that applies to this bill.
Have you
though.
talked to the Penny Association?
I have not.
I've got your bill here, page 13, line 12. Can you explain that to me about pennies?
There aren't 13 pages, Representative Lomax. It's only 2.
Look, I think it's a great bill. You're a great representative. I just wanted to offer you my 2 cents.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Chairman Ingram.
I guess I got to put my 2 cents in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill makes a lot of sense. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has been adopted. There's a penny left over in that one. What are we supposed to do, Garrett? Round that up or down?
Yeah. There is a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Miss Moore, do you want to speak on the sub or the bill? Bill? Mr. Bose? Question for the body is, well, you want to tell us what the sub is first?
Yes, sir. The substitution will say that this law or this bill does not apply to government entities. They're working on their own answer to this, so they're not part of this.
Question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. Substitute has been adopted. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I guess when we get in these positions, we forget about somebody out there that can't afford to do this. And if we have people who barely live from day to day, and if I got to pay 3 extra pennies to make a nickel because my bill is $2.02, I might not can afford that. So what happens?
This bill just provides the framework for
But
a
still
business to.
But still, that person got to pay them. It's going to be round up
Sure.
to 5 cents, and they're paying 3 pennies. That over a period of time will be a major impact. I was so disappointed when they stopped the production of pennies. You know, because we think that everybody that's in the areas that we represent can afford it, but they can't. And a penny means something to a lot of people, and we forget that. We really forget that. So I just wonder what happens to that person that goes to a store and they're in the situation of rounding up. I understand the part about rounding down, but if I go in and you rounding it up to make it a nickel, and I'm going to my local handy pack because that's the major store that's in my area, and every time I go in, if I'm not prepared to pay the extra 3 cents to round it up, or 4 cents to round it up to a nickel, then over time that's going to have an impact on me. But as a parent, this body doesn't care about that, because to me, it's a very serious matter for that person that's living from day to day, and they can't afford to give up them extra 3 pennies, because it makes a difference the next time that they got to think about food or whatever for their family. There are some people, the only thing they got in their neighborhood to shop in is a little handy pack. The food is everything in there is already too high for them. And then we say, well, you know, with the few pennies that you got, because the government don't give you that kind of assistance. So what do we do for those people? We just ignore them because it seems as though it's a joke for this body when you're talking about somebody paying an extra 4 cents or an extra 3 cents to round it up to a nickel. I just wanted to put that on the table because it's just that it was wrong to stop the production of the penny in the first place. If people got a debit or a credit card, it really don't matter, but everybody don't have that. Everybody we represent just do not have that. And I don't know when from Washington to every state capital, people start forgetting about the people that we serve that just cannot afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Shelby, Representative Bose.
It does. Correct.
Hello, Norman.
Hello.
You know, we are the party of common sense. So it's very important we get this correct. And we've been sitting there for a few hours, and I could have asked you these questions, but I totally forgot. And actually, I just wanted to wait till you got here so that
I can't imagine you would do that.
I know. So what I want to know, can you give me a real life example? Like a bill and somebody's counting back the change.
Mm-hmm.
Say we're at a bookstore
Mm-hmm.
and I'm buying some books and my bill totals $60.67
Mm-hmm.
and I give you 4 20s. I give you $80. What would my change be?
If it was $60, you said in 67 cents?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Mhm.
You would round up to $60.70.
Uh-huh.
And if you gave me $80, that would be $19.30 back, right? Of change.
19 Is that right?
66 or 60?
The 7 is going to go up or down,
She said 67 cents, it would go to 70 cents.
but it goes down to
Right?
If it's 67, do you
It
round
would-
up or round down?
67 would go to 65.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. So then I would get how much change?
Well, did you say $60 and you would get 13? Wait a minute. Did you say $60 or
Yeah.
60? You would get $19 and whatever, 35 cents. What? Hell, I don't know. I have to add
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative.
I hope we have a calculator, Susan.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 545. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Quickly.
I had the cloture ready.
That's good.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 100 ayes, 1 nay. HB 545 has passed. Congratulations on your first
Thank
bill.
you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Well, I would like to tell you it gets easier, but it don't, so just get ready. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great spring break next week. Please be safe. And remember, we have agreed to meet on Tuesday, March 31st at 2 p.m. Wednesday, we will meet in the old chamber. We'll have a 3-day week when we come back. With that, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good week off. Hey, before everybody leaves, let me give you a conflict on the time. We'll be coming back in at 1 o'clock on Tuesday. That was the original announcement this morning. But we'll send out an email so everybody gets it. So it'll be 1 o'clock on Tuesday. Thank you.